My name is Rob Ellis, Miami, Florida, Miami development, and today we are looking at just that, Miami development. And this is a high-level overview. There has been, I think, it's amazing to live in this ecosystem, and I think in this video, what I'm going to focus on a little bit is why this is such a good ecosystem to be a part of and who the players are and who would I want to be. We're going to kind of rate different types of developments, and that means we're looking at recent developments. We have some record-breaking deals down here that have never occurred. One of those that we'll get into. We have that versus condominium development. What are the highest selling asset classes here? So, it's obviously hotel per gross leasable square foot. Let's see how close ChatGPT gets on that. Um, what type of industry sells for the highest price per gross leasable foot in Miami? Now, we I was in contract with a straw buyer in a S2 development site last year that who is it? One of the developers ended up buying, let's see here. It's not retail, not even close. New construction. These aren't even close. This is why I can never get it. When you pick a hotel and you develop 1 million square feet, whether it's this way or this way, you have to go with the trends in the market. Um, you also have to look at cost of construction, right? So what is going up and how much are people leasing it for? And does the market call for that? So we've looked at development trends already where people are switching from office towers to condos. You see retail, Midtown, selling 5,000 a square foot. I don't know if I really see residential that high. I was in national development for years, 5 years, and I got to see the largest types of expanding types of properties. There's an amazing development. I don't know who developed it. Let's see here. This one here, Best Buy. I don't know who owns this either, but this is a 4-story commercial development with parking, and it has parking in it as well. So an application, 5-story commercial building for planned office building at that street. So you have 3 stories of office. South Fifth, designed by this. The property is an L-shaped building. This is the other one right here where you've seen it. And let's see here. Executive architect, 100,000 square feet. Now, these are small sites. You guys have to really think that one of the ways you hedge your risk is in buying in unlimited height districts. Land's what you put on it then. So if you sell a company and you buy something, look at the difference between this site and this site in terms of economies of scale. And so L shape, 32,000 screenshots of the building. This is a commercial plan development that here's a rendering right now. They could have gone taller too. Let's see. It's actually a nice looking building, and I don't think it's over encroaching. But again, you can do 5 stories of commercial. You can do senior housing. Miami has government, has a jail down here. So when you develop and you set up a mixed use project or a commercial plan development, you really want to decide this is not correct. Hotels 1, retail 2, condos or other commercial 3 in Miami, unlimited height districts, I'd say. Let's see here. Let's see what it says. Like a 5-star hotel in Brickell. Hotels achieve the highest prices per square foot, and that's based on revenue generation. Retail, high-end retail, like design district that we've talked about, 5,000. And condominiums, highest price per square foot, comparable sales for new construction. you can find in all asset classes to get a weighted average for 5 years for new construction at the highest in these areas. Just pay attention to what's going in, right? Down in Homestead, more residential went in first. The market, then they had to office spaces up to 1,000. Retail is getting way more than that, up to 5,000. Hotels is getting more than that. And industrial is getting more than that. So it's definitely not industrial. I wouldn't say that it's multifamily either. It's really hotels. I'm in the W building, and the W still gets Tower 3. Tower 3, the W price per square foot. This shows a mature market where they built 1,500 units here. The average price in Tower 3 is $2,700 a square foot. Let's see here. This says 2,700. Rent from, oh, that's W South Beach. Brickell. Let's take a look. You're getting higher rent prices and you're getting higher sold prices. So this says, right, 890. If you look at, let's look at the other towers. Tower 2. I'm not seeing it. But what we're trying to demonstrate here is that just these units typically, icon. Icon Tower 2. Let's look. Not far off, 837. Let's see Icon 1. I still think there's a premium here. Let's look. 902. Let's look. Brickell 3. Wow, that was actually the lowest. I don't know if those are sold comps though. I'd have to look. Closed out. Let's look what they're selling at. This might help. 700 to the average was 839 in the last 6 months. Let's look at the other two. That might be surprising. But I'd also argue you can't buy the hotel rooms, right? So the closest you can get to that is, let's look at sold here. My investment thesis might be flawed. There you go, 748. That's less. So there you go. Anyways, we're looking at, but affordable housing isn't one that a lot of people talk about. So we're going to get into some of these. And what you really want to see here is how big these developments are getting. Midtown, 2 billion on 5 acres, where a Walmart was. Never came. Here's a 2-story Walmart, 120,000 square feet. The first 28 tower on the property known as Midtown by Proper was also announced, right? And the new tower is being developed by Proper Rosso Development and Midtown Development. Completion is planned in 2028. Here are some of those people: Proper Group, Rosso, and our developers. This looks pretty nice. Now, what they don't announce for is what these rules are in each one. This is hospitality, sounds like a hotel to me. Let's take a look. So this is the sponsor team. Co-branded condo tower. Do you see that? We just talked about condos. And what you're seeing is two types of trend in the marketplace. You have the ultra luxury or you have the smaller. The smaller, if you go smaller, you're going to be closer to what an apartments are going for, and there's more absorption. That's like a DR Horton model. Okay. We're going to look here. $2 billion mixed use. The project will deliver 120,000 square feet of retail. This is what I'm talking about. You're going vertical, 28 stories, 288 residences. Let's see how big this is. Normally, a development like this, you need about an acre. And the footprint's normally around, I don't know, 30,000, and 28 stores would be 900,000 square feet. Let's see here. This talks about the ranges, the price, the types of features. Midtown Park residences by proper delivers a bold renovation, 40,000 tropical concierge. Fortune is doing the development sales like always. Nothing changes down here in Miami. So what you didn't look at, that's a little, how come the Aston Martin sold out at $1 million or at $1 billion and they think that this is going to get $2 billion? Let's look. Announce the launches of it. There's a new Midtown being board, one built around thoroughly designed public by Midtown, Walford, by Midtown. Proper's hospitality. So they're looking at it maybe from a management standpoint. By Proper. Here's the designers. Then who's the other groups, right? So it seems like the Proper hotels. There you go. Penthouses, Sub-Zero, Meyer Davis Studio. Then where are the other people? Fortune Development Sales. So it says Rosso Development. And you see, this is nice. What you're seeing here is, I'd like to see how many square feet it is. Here you go. This is exactly what we're talking about. There's several towers, 4 towers, it looks like. 4 residential towers, 2 office buildings. And you have to look at the size of these developments by gross square feet. Let's see here. We just looked at that one. And the asset classes. Developer Carlos Rosso Development in Midtown Design Architecture. To learn more, come to. So at some point, they turn these into a site plan and they propose them. This is proposed somewhere. Let's take a look. Fact sheet, floor plans, renderings. It's a little too much cursive for me. Let's see here. My guess is that this is probably 2 million square feet. One of the largest. Let's see here. You really want more of the details. This is probably the best I've seen so far. 2 billion. And they're phasing it. This is a phased development on 5 acres. This is what you see a lot of. Get one ready, start selling. If it's a huge one, there's one being built right here in Brickell that they built 1 tower first and they're going to finish it out. A vacant site in Midtown. Now this calls it, these are billion-dollar projects. Here's the same thing you see, 600, $2 billion. It'll include lush open spaces, 2 public parks. Sometimes if we look too hard, we're never gonna find it. Let's see here. So we'll just leave that one. But Park Tower West. They're probably doing the residential one first before they do the other ones, but okay, so that's that, right? You see, these are equivalent to, I just like to say it. Can you find gross square footage of total development? I'm sure it's gonna be more than 1 million. So it is Midtown Park Residences proposal site plan. Here we go. Plans, finally. Okay, where's the plans? Or maybe it was just announced. I'm not seeing it. Okay. So let's keep moving. But obviously, you see, I don't have $2 billion developments where I'm from. This is one of the things I wanted to highlight, though, and this is by far one of the largest housing developments ever. This is Miami-Dade County largest affordable housing project. You don't see it as vertical and you see it as more horizontal. Now, I know a fund that's raising $300 million for the privatization of government housing. So land that was traditionally working with governments to efficiently solve affordable housing. This is one of the largest. 5,700 units was announced. And this is workforce housing, which is let's take a look. 3 billion. And this is probably phased out. Again, you're going to see this, do this tower, do these buildings. But it's also a transit oriented. Again, why fight the government? I fought on a development application for a year. I did not get anywhere. I said, this is what I want to do. And I never engaged public support. I never engaged, well, I did engage the neighborhood and I kept trying. The neighborhood didn't want anything. But that's the whole point. Well, guys, you guys got vacant land over here. What are we doing? What are we doing with it? So when you see these developments, this literally says SC Holdings, Swirler Group, SJM Partners, and Albin Duffy recently delivered another one, 500 units. So I guess they're qualified for 5,000 now. Largest affordable housing development in Miami-Dade's history. It will feature 2,200 for 60% of it. That's 1,300 for workforce, up to 120%, which if you read the numbers, man, it is insane. And 2,000 workforce condos. Now, what does that mean? That means building and selling at a loss, guys. So transit oriented, it talks about it, public-private collaboration led by development group. SG Holdings public sector partners include, this is who you normally do it with, the Miami-Dade County Department of Housing and Community Development, Department of Housing and Urban Development, City of Miami, and key local officials such as the mayor, Daniela Levine Cava, Miami-Dade Commissioner, County Commissioner Keon, Of course, it's going to have everybody's name on here. This approval is a major milestone in addressing the critical need for affordable and workforce housing. We have found the same solution in ours. Now, I'm surprised that you don't see any retail to create jobs here. I think it's a very simplified look at it. Janitorial, like unskilled labor jobs. You can create a lot of construction jobs, but you want long-term jobs. So what industries create the most jobs? Retail, hospitality. It's surprising that you don't see it in here. So I think that the answer isn't just that, but again, you have to have some flexibility when you're doing this. 3 billion is insane, but you see they have control of the land. Sometimes you get different angles of it. Miami's largest affordable housing development, SG Holdings in the Little River District. This is an area that allows you to go higher like this, depending on where it's at. We'd have to look. There you go. 1 million square feet. That was on 500 units. We don't have the number of units over here, but it's 10 times the size. So you're talking about 10 million square feet potentially, right? Transit oriented. It's got HUD on here. The county's urban development, major milestone, 63 acres is owned by the county, paves the way for comprehensive housing-led development plan that includes leveraging federal tax credits to support affordable housing and collaborating with Miami-Dade under community benefits agreement to drive local hiring and community investment. So that does help, but it does not create long-term jobs, which I think is a little disappointing. You can't have the largest development ever and not create long-term jobs. Oh, here you go. Retail space. 370,000. It could be a lot more. That's maybe what? If it's 10 million square feet, 5%. That's disappointing. What's the goal here? Look, and you see this. This is Home Depot. Major investments in supermarket, gas station, green space, tri-rail station, residential communities within the affordable will feature swimming pools. Here you go, 3,800 during it and 500 long-term. You want better ratios than that. That's what large commercial plan development, Simon Malls, who owns the most of them, creates. It will reap the benefit of $9 billion through the project, the largest revenue sharing pact in the county's history. So you also get rev share, which might be a lot of it. Housing's very easy to put up. And again, the gross square footages and the allocations and layouts are up to the sponsorship groups, right? Let's see here. Multifamily with $51 million loan. Acquisition. Here you go. This is just land. 16 acres. So that's going to be 2 million to 3 million an acre. 3 million an acre, a little bit more. And let's see here. The Biscayne site. It's one of the few large development sites in Miami, according to marketing materials by Avis and Young. Not really, I doubt it. There's plenty of development sites to go vertical on in Miami. Just not enough money. There's not enough equity to push it vertical. 2,000 multifamilies and 3 million square feet of rentable space, including residential, retail, office, hospitality, and specialty, which is great. So what you're looking at here is if it's 3 million by right, you can create a metric called what was the land cost per gross leasable square foot? And we can compare that to what happens in Brickell that we know. So if we do, it was 51 million. $17 per gross leasable square foot is what land is trading for. Now, to put that in perspective, if you had an acre and you went 60 floors on it in Brickell, so let's just say you did the whole thing, and every square foot was leasable. We'll just do 70% is leasable. And you times that by 60 stories. you get 1.8 million square feet. And obviously the real estate's worth a lot more. An acre in Brickell is going for 120 million. So you get about 50 to 60 at the highest end. So a lot of the times, gross, people look at land not as that. You have to look at what you can put there, the permitted uses, and you have to have a sponsorship and development team coming in on various different uses that are going to get you there. I would not be building multifamily, but their basis is so low, they probably can. But if you look at more efficient land utilization, what's going up? You're not seeing multifamily projects in unlimited height districts. You're not seeing, and that's really in Wynwood, you might, but that's not an unlimited height district. We're talking about downtown and Brickell. Okay. Upward Ascension, Liberty Church, $2 billion. A long vacant grass lot, luxury condo towers as part of a giant $2 billion. You see this, 4 towers with a big center. This is so beautiful. And if they put a little bit more of a retail center, that would be amazing. 6-tower project, 28 stories. The first phase, you see how they talked about phasing here. So when you have land control and you have a development plan, this is probably a part of a larger, I just love looking at this stuff. Let's see here. 3055 North Miami Avenue, development application. Let's see if we can find stuff. So this tower will have a sellout at, let's see, 740 to 2 million. Still isn't that good. Not good, guys. It's not. The development will include 40,000. Where's the unveiling of it? Where's the actual site plan? Sometimes we can see, let's see if we can find a site plan. These are all just renderings and things like this. This is a little bit closer. No, that's Tampa. Anyways, we still can't find it. And you can see how long these developments take. Controversial Walmart site sold for 30 million. You cannot get that anymore. That was 2019 prices. And sold. Let's see here. The sale means Walmart will no longer be doing it. Walmart's growing e-commerce, Miami-Dade area. Yeah, 200,000 square feet super center. So we don't know who owns it. We could go. I'm not, the point of this isn't to go into this. Let's take a look. And there's a lot of research groups that track these developments, and six towers, each residence is private investment opportunity, construction within the next year. I doubt it. Six tower. We're finally getting there a little bit. 4 residential towers, and they're doing 2 office. $2 billion. They space them appropriately. A little light on the retail. I think they could really create some jobs with it, but growing trend of large scale mixed use, aiming to create self-sustaining communities. That's exactly right. to include luxury. So all you're doing is what people have done for a long time, taking a horizontal master plan community or PUD, and you're going vertical with it. And that's the whole point. Largest undeveloped parcels. Walmart bought it for $8 million in 2014. So you've been sitting on this vacant piece of land for 11 years because people can't make their minds up. Walmart overcomes an obstacle. 26 million. Now, I'm surprised that there's probably a site plan that we could find somewhere, but I don't really care that much. So what you're seeing here is it's the economics of you're in the record-breaking community here. You saw that the largest one ever was affordable housing development, and that's probably 10 million square feet. So are affordable housing developments going to be the future of the largest developments ever made? Depends where you're at, right? Top worst markets, affordable housing. What is the market commanding? USA. Housing affordability is its worst. Affordability gap. Normally they rank cities. This is where I'm from. This is where we're at. Affordability gap. Median income. That's totally wrong if they do it by the county. If you do it by the city, you can see. Let's go. City. Hong Kong's one of them. You see the same trends, right? The report found an increasing in demand for housing with outdoor space partnered with land use policies that limit urban sprawl. That's across the board, it says. I think in South Florida, it's going to be different. Hong Kong, San Jose, Los Angeles. So a lot in California, obviously, because it's such a mature market and they don't allow you to go vertical. That's one of the things that has allowed for top 10 hotspots. That's definitely what we don't want for affordable housing. Let's just put in Miami. This is the last four. And so where the market commands it, here you go. Least affordable cities, the financing did USA. Number one was Los Angeles, followed by St. Louis, Boston. 100% of neighborhoods are out of reach for married couple households earning a medium annual income. Landed on the list, whatever, Memphis. Miami was 8 for highest percentage where they're too pricing to do it. And I would still argue easiest housing markets and 10 of the hardest, worst families, predictions. So if the market calls for it, then that might be the case. Here's another one, JDS development. We're looking at development coverages. Let's see here. 1,000 square foot tall. One of the tallest in history. 61-year-old condo building. And why did you go into real estate development? Once you move back? The most challenging was this, which was a super tall landmark Steinwall. So now you have New York developers entering and setting skyscrapers because they say they can. Where do you see it? Fort Lauderdale has a lot of room, but there's still a lot to do in Brickell. That's right. I think you'll see on the western side a lot of upcoming development, and there's still a lot of infill opportunity all over the place in Miami. And we just said this is our real private market developers. There's been, what do you think about it? The older condo stock and structural challenges, but the new condo development, strong velocity and good absorption across everything we're selling. And I agree. I've seen the same sentiments from the top principals of other development firms. So, 40 key all hotel suites. That's kind of pushing it. 14 stories. We're looking for the real big ones. 1 billion. We break it down. These are the mega projects, guys. Finally. And the mega projects down here, the setting the records. Upland Park, 2,000 apartments. Work began on the first phase of a $1 billion mixed-use project. 47 acres. The master plan will come together. 2,000 new rides, 282 retail and commercial. You see a better one. 500 apartments. These Grove Central, Terra has a broad portfolio. So this is Terra Group, which is what you want to see. Doral based that, collaborating with this. In Miami, Terra has a broad portfolio. So this is Terra is currently developing Central City, 1,200 apartments, and a larger one. So what you see here is more of a wide view. But the $1 billion developments that you're tracking, these are mega projects, are a good representation of the trends, not just in the market, but also in the development market these are the newest ones to be announced and break ground. So if Miami's hitting $1 billion projects, it's possible to do this. Transit-oriented affordable housing, mixed-use developments, public-private partnerships, right? Let's see here. Largest private and public projects over 1 billion in development in Miami, including phasing. So I doubt that ChatGPT can find this kind of stuff because it takes a long time and it has a lot of problems. It can't even look, let's see here. Upland Park. There you go. Just found it. Freedom Park. Public park, retail, restaurants. This is private. Little River, 3 billion. Raleigh hotel redevelopment. In Miami Beach, renovation and a new 17-story, One Brickell. That'll be $1 billion. Dynamic growth. What are the trends that you are seeing for these projects to get to $1 billion? And that's on construction. Exit value is substantially higher, right? These are construction values, right? The market value of these developments is higher than that, at least a 25% equity position. They have to. Rising costs, increased project complexity and scope. Mega projects encompass multifaceted components, residential, commercial, and infrastructure developments. Advanced technologies, BIM, artificial intelligence, reduced costs, regulatory and market demands. I'm talking about how did these projects strategically get to this level if I was a developer and I want to do $1 billion project and no track record. We assume worst case scenario, no track record and you don't know anything. First of all, I would focus on project sizes. You see that there's $500 million projects here. How they're strategically structured to become. Here's the breakdown. Control the land and go big. Upland Park and Little River start with developers acquiring or optioning massive tracts of underutilized or publicly owned land. That's what I've seen too. I spoke to a developer who is privatizing public owned land and bringing them together, becoming the main leader, and they're raising 300 million because they could do one development and that would be enough. Own or control the dirt and then use it as leverage to attract partners. Many did this with 0 to no track record, but with 40 to 100 acres in strategic corridors, housing, near transit, opportunity zones, or housing deserts, gatekeepers. Tie up large urban or suburban tracts, especially in places with political support for redevelopment. Pay raw land pricing and entitle it. Use public-private partnerships, P3s, to anchor the deal. I've never heard of a P3. We look at the development vehicles that allow you to grow. What is a P3, right? Agreement, public, private, conducted studies on it. Notably, the Harvard Kennedy Schools hosted a study group, Anatomy of a Public-Private Partnerships case study. Port of Miami Tunnel and Access Improvement Project. There you go. Public sector initiated P3s. Harvard's data, now they're talking to municipalities, public driven, public-private partnerships. So there are P3s, and that's an accepted term in the market. That's great to know. Miami Freedom Park is a city-owned site leased to the development team, Beckham and Mass family. These public sites can bring in political support, cheap land tax breaks, and low-cost efficient. Your move. Pitch a public use and private revenue model to cities. Green space, affordability, and job creation, which is what I just mentioned, but not just construction and jobs. Long term, you have to, in my opinion, develop 50%, maybe 51%, no more than 60%. And the other 40% has to be for that. Stacked mixed use vertical revenue, billion-dollar deals layer multiple uses, multifamily, retail, office, hospitality, or stadium and civic. Because different uses support higher valuations. 2,000 apartments is 500 million, 300 square feet of commercial, hotel, retail. You don't just build, phase it and build and master plan it. Even if it rolls out, aim for 200 million per phase. Master plan it. These projects never build anything at once. Master plans to do that. Phase 1, proof of concept. Phase 2 with momentum, JV or exit. Your move, get approvals, entitlements for the entire vision, put structure, capital, and construction to focus on phase 1 execution. Leverage institutional level partners for scale. One thing they're not saying in here is the gross floor plates of these developments, which we'll get into. Developers behind billion-dollar projects offer partner with institutional level LPs, funds, REITs, family offices, national operators, hotel brands, office leasing teams, and public infrastructure firms. Positioning your land, envision it as an irresistible piece. Use land control entitlements in a local story to bring institutional level capital as a silent LP or vertical partner, which is when you privatize the development and you give it back to the city by them providing the income on a master lease. Make it political and media worthy. Billion-dollar projects have political heat and media buzz. Freedom Park. So you use your voice and your public voice. Inter Miami and David Beckham, Little River, Jobs and Housing, Raleigh Hotel, Revival. Your move, anchor the project on a civic mission, celebrity partner, or job creation angle. There's nothing sexier than affordable housing. Show billion-dollar exits, not just cost. They typically aren't 1 billion. They're 1 billion to build and 2 to 3 to exit. Sold in phases to REITs, IPOs, or recap funds. So again, why not just start with the REITs, IPOs, and work backwards? Reverse engineer the development interest in your city. The real play is showing institutional level you've created a billion-dollar yield machine. Model your IRR and exit as a stabilized REIT or multi-phase sale. Back it up with comps. You have to back it up with comps. So if you're aiming this in South Florida, I can build you a step-by-step for land control, P3 strategy, phase infrastructure, JV partnerships, and public incentives. What are the gross leasable areas and gross floor plates of these developments? I think you are missing that you need the size and scale first. All these are nothing without the floor plates. And let's see what they say. Specific floor plate is not mentioned. Miami 25 not mentioned. 63 370 not mentioned. Not mentioned. One Brickell City Center not mentioned. I need at least some of these. Pull the data. Search for site plan submissions, which would have it. And how are the overlays on these districts. That's the first step, probably. Are these master planned communities? We're talking about the best tool to your, these are the largest size, scale, and zoning overlays. Upland Park doesn't have it. Smart Plan. Master planned, fully integrated master plan community connected to the Dolphin. Master plan development, Little River. Master plan community, no. Master planned development. Special area plans. What is zoning code for these by minimum project size in acres? Typically, there's codes that help you drive these. This is land planning and what attorneys do. A zoning attorney that has field experience in Miami master plan larger properties to achieve integrated development and enhance public improvement infrastructure. 9 continuous acres. Smaller than 9 must adhere to existing zoning and cannot utilize SAPs. Developments must still comply to overarching guidelines. Is SAP or PUD similar? And which is better? A PUD is going to be more for a suburban market. That is and we're going to read a special area plan. This is you creating your own special area plan. I think a SAP is bigger. Customized large-scale master plan communities. This is institutional level development, which is what we look at. Write your own zoning rules, density bonuses, streamline approvals. You basically own your own zoning overlays. This is the problem we've run into. We want exemptions. What is a PUD? Often starts at 5 acres. SAPs versus them. Moderate high, 1 suburban, very high, moderate to high. Rezonings. If you're in the city of Miami, you need to do that. SAP. You need a PUD, right? So a large scale. Is a PUD for commercial as well or just residential in general by North American standards? It can include it, not just that. What a PUD? Standard North American practice. Residential, commercial, office, hospitality, auto, light industrial, civic, schools, and daycare. Avalon, the Domain. Now it's a full-blown district. Liberty Center, Doral, Legacy Park, PUD. And who sets them up? Who sets up a PUD? That's an even better question. Who in practice is the best at setting up PUDs? Miami lawyer or other city lawyer? Where is zoning the toughest, right? You want to get lawyers, very strategic ones for large-scale projects with PUDs. The best setting are land use attorneys who specialize in suburban, deep experience with annexations and zoning reform and often operate it. Who's better? These firms dominate. Miami 21, SAPs, city politics, design boards. So when you have to politics, when this becomes a politics, Bills in Sundberg, they helped write that. Not ideal for suburban. Although I would argue that they're 10 times better. If you're going for multi-market, these are some of these. National Zoning Advisors. Kimley Horn, Galloway. Who is on the largest PUDs or developments ever across the nation? If you want to be a national developer at institutional level scale, who would an institution go to and how much do they cost? If we go to them and now we're in the billion-dollar brain territory. The largest PUDs are structured like mini cities with institutional level capital behind them. The Woodlands Company, Howard Hughes. It's a legacy. Yes, with special overlays. Howard Hughes uses the launchpad for many master plan communities platform IPO. Lake Zona, 17 square miles. Tavistock Development Company, Joe Lewis, billionaire. Planned development, similar to PUD. Major tenants, Capital Stack, private equity and land control, tenant anchored phasing, VA medical. You see, he has medical in here. I don't know if they had medical in here too. You see this? No medical. You look at Summerlin, 22,000 acres, Howard Hughes, PUD, 100,000 housing units. Stapleton, 4,700 acres. Babbitt Ranches, private equity and state incentives, 100% solar power, new town. Look at where it started though. Infrastructure project. Irvine Ranch. Who handles the entitlements? For massive at institutional level scale with legal and planning typically includes planning and engineering. Who funds these? Public companies. Brookfield, 5 Point, Tavistock Group, Starwood, Blackstone, Lennar, D.R. Hortons, NVR, Donald Brain, Joe Lewis. Right? If you're aiming for that, 5 to 5,000 acres in a scalable market, which this is what we're applying to our, then you have to look at the largest land owning entities in your state. This is as big as it gets. And who would be the best for a large scale one to work in any market based on 10-year track or data, 10-year track record? So we're saying, who should I work with? Law firm, planning, or vertical stack, 10-year track records, deep bench in Florida, Texas, Nevada, California. PUD experience. Foley, institutional counsel for complex zoning cases. Midwest, REITs, hospitals, infrastructure. Foley and Lardner, Kutak and Rock. Top planning and engineering firms for PUDs. Unmatched at national entitlements. Attract almost every major player in the last decade. Known for regional growth site layouts. DR, Lennar, Brookfield, HHC. Right? So here is your blueprint. Watman Group Inc., Florida, Texas, Carolina, suburban to urban scale. Top developer operators, Howard Hughes, Tavistock Development. This is JV by proximity, 5 Point Holdings, spinoff of Lennar. This is a massive project, the shipyards. Publicly traded, master entitlement with multi-phase REIT and vertical partnerships. Unbelievable. Backed by a billionaire, multifamily office. Recommendation, master plan, communities, secure public financing. If you want a dream team, Midwest focus. Give me the team or 3 team layouts and rate 1 to 10. Weighted average. But to approvals being the focus, which means if they back it or partner, it gets built. Again, we're going to track record, development sponsors, team layouts that can de-risk, name presence, and direct involvement makes it. Approvals and entitlement poll, technical capability, institutional level credibility, and market scalability. The power team. I disagree on Vors. And I disagree on these guys. Ice Miller's got lots of public finance experience. I agree. And Vors has actually fought Violet Township. So I do agree that these are great law firms. Let's see here. Illinois, Indiana, Chicago, Indy Midwest, DL Piper, Christopher B. Burke Engineering, Kane McKenna and Associates, 8.8. Upper Midwest Entitlement Expansion Team, Lathrop, Piper Sandler summary. What about for $100 million projects and up? Which in our market is 500 acres. These are massive, massive projects. And you have to break across the entire sponsorship stream, including zoning attorneys. The biggest thing you have to look at is zoning control as well and break out a development budget, especially on a PUD. Planning and zoning starts with it, and if you can do it, you'll get there. I would argue that you can do better. But if you Google like Midwest $1 billion development, let's see if there are any. Probably Chicago. Data centers. Here's an electronic closer to Silicon Valley of quantum development. So if you want to see, I would argue that public-private, oh, that's not what we're on. We're right here. I would argue that political capital, long-term entitlement structures, phasing, BTRs or MPCs, TIFs, new community authorities, institutional level pull. I will have to test that out. I do not think that VORS has that. This isn't a 10-figure deal. Oh, it is 10 figures. They do fight though. Land use legal is amazing. Engineering and planning and incentive finance. And God, that is just insane to work with. If you had that team, that would be crazy. Ice Miller, especially in Columbus. Greater Chicago, 9.5. That team is crazy. Upper Midwest expansion team, summary table. With institutional 4-star, Wallen Capital, 5-point claimed properties. BTR single family owned by Berkshire. So validate your site, soften zoning boards, and bring in national lenders. What about industrial, which is a big driver in Midwest? So you want to build the dream team, right? This is where I'm from, but we're going to take a. So we're talking about industrial is the stealth backbone of the Midwest right now. EV plants, onshoring and manufacturing, especially with the the tariff, cold storage, metal logistics hubs, and data centers. $100 million. I would just make it a part of it. I would make it a part of it. We want all asset classes standalone. Standalone communities for PUDs. Fully integrated master plan project. Industrial, residential, retail, hospitality, healthcare, data, office, civic. Economic gravity center. Like a new market or edge city. Maximum flexibility, yield stacking, and exit optionality with REITs, merchants. You could sell parts of it. And you would sell the land with development provisions. And we'll put that in here as a lever. But if you don't start developments, we take it back. The cities do that a lot when they sell land. Kimley Horn, vertical development, Van Trust, North Point, 4-star, Pro Lodges. Jobs, Ohio, Indiana, Piper, Sandler, Ice Miller. You keep seeing them there. Here's the different ones. New Community Authority, tax, environmental overlays, foreign trade zone. So if you can cement, you see the biggest developments are international developments like that. So incentives, these are right for Columbus. That's where we're at. Dayton, Fort Wayne, Indy suburbs, and Louisville. Do you want a deck on that? Now, what I would say is, can we make development provisions if they don't break ground? We can take land back if we sell out land too. What would that tool be called? It's typically thrown through legal tools that tie land sale to performance, reversion clauses, repurchase rights, and deed restrictions. Reversion clauses, right of reverter, a legal provision where, see, with lawyers, anything is possible. Title automatically reverts to the original owner. Development doesn't happen by a certain time under certain conditions. Public land sales, NPCs, school land sales, and civic parcels. 36 months of closing title shall revert, retaining maximum control, well-drafted reverted deed plus specific timelines. Buyback. Right to repurchase at a set price or discount if the buyer doesn't develop. Private master plan communities, JV deals could be used to tie unit start, square footages, protecting land values while avoiding automatic reversion. It's easier to enforce. Deed restriction, development covenants, recorded restrictions that control use, timing, and density. Performance-based sale agreements, phase payment, milestone-based releases, or land takedown schedules. Using land banking and lot contracts for phased NPCs. They may only take down the next 25. Best for controlling release. Reverter incentive combo and development agreements. Public-private land deals. So if you look at these, if you're a landowner or land fund, this is, which we are, Midwest Residential Growth Land Fund. One, sellers shall retain the right of revertal or on parcels. Sellers have the option to repurchase. And if you're selling land in tranches, what it's called collectively, you don't always see one name, but development performance covenants, reversionary rights, reverter clauses, repurchase rights, or lot takedown agreements with land zones are all what you'll want include in your PUD land sales or deed restrictions, right? I'm looking at Nationwide Children's Hospital and who did their work. They and Mount Carmel did their own areas for development, right? So if you look at Columbus, Ohio, where I'm from, that you learn about these, both have substantial ones. Initiative, I'm talking about zoning overlay tools and legal use and zoning attorneys, right? These are the, if I want to do an affordable housing set aside, I think that's really where we're focused a little bit to get some fast traction in Columbus. And Nationwide has their own. Nationwide has their own. What is it called? I'm talking about overlay. So what they do is they'll buy a site and move it into theirs. Urban commercial overlay, unique architectural. So this, I think their first was a UCO back in the 90s. If you look at their early development applications, I might be wrong here. For developments regarding Nationwide, applies to various commercial areas. So if you look at Nationwide Children's, or if you go to a GIS map, right? There are larger tracts of land for this, but we're just going to look at some of the larger ones. This is Nationwide right here. So the tool they used was a CPD, and they also have this institutional level use. So they used a development district to right here, they own all of this and it expands. Where you've seen the expansion is over here. They have a parking lot development. So they're bringing these into their overlay to continue. No way. These are unlimited height. No, unlimited. Not unlimited. This is the unlimited height district that we talk about in downtown Columbus. It's pretty small. And these are some of the overlay districts that we're talking about. There's more. How do you get an area to be, how do you never have to face zoning pushbacks is the question. And what is the strongest tool in Columbus, Ohio for planning and zoning? What we would call least restrictive. And you saw this tool. You saw it in Beulah Park. They made something similar and they put development restrictions. So you saw it in Beulah Park where they wanted this to be exited pretty quickly. Most large framework, a planned unit development, Beulah Park transformed the PUD enabled incorporation with the versus. While PUDs, they're subject to negotiated agreements that may include development restrictions to ensure compatibility. Who did the legal work on Beulah Park? Wow. It was a lawyer. How surprising. And the value, this is like one of the largest ever. You'll see here. I think it was like 500 million, 300 million. Yeah, it'll be over 500. That's why as it progressed, various residential commercials, including 1,000 residents, how many acres? And what did that say? Like maybe 50 acres, 200 acres. Wow. So they owned a 200 acre. That is unbelievable. And is this what 4-star does too? So I think the best thing is to look for 100 to 200 acre tracts of land for PUDs. And smaller towns are going to make it a lot easier. Single family residential communities, resort style master plan communities. So that's an institutional level. And you see them on smaller developments, but you still haven't seen them enter our market at the institutional level. Is Beulah Park the largest PUD in Ohio in the last 5 years? So you want to look at these. I doubt it. I think New Albany's is bigger. One of the largest in the state, 200 acres. Other PUDs, Lutheran Lofts, 5 acres, 100 acres. What about Central Ohio? Definitely not. I would say that the largest ever is what Les Wexner did with 10,000 acres. And we'll see if it comes up with that. And I personally believe 400 acres. Who did law work for Sugar Farms? Tom Hart. Smith and Hale is definitely one of the biggest zoning attorneys. The developers are institutions. You see that? So if you want to do Painter and Associates, I wouldn't say they're that good. What about Les Wexner? Largest in Midwest, I'd say ever. He did 10,000 acres. You can't do these anymore. It's impossible. 10,000 acres. And his lawyers were, I think when you fight these and you look at the mixed use nature of it, he made his very industrial heavy. I don't know if it was originally planned for that. He had about 10,000 acres. And his was done. Backed by a billionaire. So again, you're either dealing with billionaires or institutions. Their development led to the creation of the New Albany Country Club. We're talking about the International Business Park right there. 336 acres. He still has about 1,000 acres at $250 million. So a lot of these family offices, if you can demonstrate the tool sets and that you're working on some of those things, then see which ChatGPT do. It can do very light research, but so if you look at Miami, the trends that you see are that Terra is the construction arm. It is a very large sponsorship group for these, but it starts with land. So if you look at if we just go $1 billion development, who are the cities that are dominating these? Hard Rock Casino is expanding. That's a casino, right? Scottsdale, Arizona, Casey Waterfront, Texas. And you see Ohio a lot of the times too. The 1901, 6,000, hotel, retail, 2 parking garages. 400 billion. So look at these funds. $300 billion, $3 billion to make 6 years after it left a gaping hole in Frisco. Multi-billion-dollar development, which you see over how many acres? 100 acre. Right. Infrastructure, 80%. So you need to find the municipality where you want to do this. And then you got to figure out how to bring the infrastructure. And so where that is available and where Columbus is growing is where you need to look, Columbus's growth, we track. If you look at this trend, if you go along with details that you can never find, you have to be a licensed agent down here and have every statistic possible. And even then, it's not even because it's a very different style. When you look at large scale development, inspired, I can find land back home. I'm raising a $50 million fund right now for land entitlements for Midwest land. And the question is, where can we find and develop? And where should the sponsorship teams be? This is how I apply these trends, right? I look at deliveries by zip code. One of the areas we saw, like Buckeye Lake, it never hit it. How about Heath, Ohio? Heath, Ohio zip code. 43025. You see how it went around 2020. They started to deliver a substantial amount of deliveries. It was Pulte. If we go back to those, we can trace it back. Let me stop here. We're going to see who sponsored these developments in our city. That's the best part. You can reverse engineer residential. It's harder on industrial, but if I go back to new construction for the last 20 years in that zip code of 43025, who's the market leaders And how can I get aligned with them? You see, we're going to add 43206 as well. Okay, 430, whoops. We're going to do 43025. Where's Heath, Ohio zip codes? Hebron, that's the wrong one. Heath, here we go. 43056. We'll just put these, they're kind of close by. And this is Licking County. So you see this expansion. So if I want to go in and lay the infrastructure and buy 100 acres, who should I be working with? Let's go back 5,000 days. And the velocity will have changed a lot. But I'm going to read you guys since I can't necessarily. Now you're sitting $600,000. The landings, brand new HOA condo, new build, final selections. These are on Buckeye Lake. Then you get, that's still above the average. The average home in our market is less than that. And so we're going to see if any of these are in subdivisions. The way that it says we can only do, oops, CMA one line. We're going to look at the subdivisions here. And this is how you apply this to a market as this is why it's not just an institutional level partner would work with you on that. Look at the subdivisions, Linview Crossing. So if I want to look here, what's Linview Crossing? Fisher Homes, right? Okay. I got to reach out to Fisher Homes. Let's see who else. What's Lake Forest at Hebron? Let's see. There's a lot of these. That's Centex that got purchased by DR Horton, or that got bought by Pulte. So that's Pulte. You have Lake Forest. Yeah, you have all these. Lake Forest. What's Forest Ridge? Let's take a look here. That was MI Homes, first community in Pataskala. MI's first home, right? We got Fox Run, Lake Forest, Fox Run. Who did Fox Run? This was back in 2020. Heath, Ohio. And housing development. Let's see here. Subdivision. It's hard to say. It doesn't say. I can look at transfers though. Villages, Cumberland Meadows. This was back in 2019. These were being sold at 200 grand. That's crazy. Cumberland Meadows. Subdivision. It was condos. You don't see it. Let's see here. Builder. These were condos, which the national builders don't do condos. So you can't really drive that. Let's see some of these other ones. Glenwood, Cumberland Meadows. This goes back to, right? So you kind of see these were sold out at 155, 130 a square foot, right? Way back then. You see the prices went up, prices went up, prices went up, prices went up, prices went up. Now start selling and Heath. So what we're looking at is how do you apply this? And what I do is we take all of this and we say, I'm looking for an economic we're looking for a delivery minimums. That's going to represent how Columbus is growing. Can you analyze these trends and show where the highest presence, east, west, north, south, or variations of Columbus is growing at institutional level scale? These are new subdivisions. And I'd focus on zips with more than 5 deliveries a year. Like Keith, Ohio, you see that transformation. Or Asheville. And we're asking it. I could say this is delivery stats by zip for the last since 2008. And do one based on a 3-year trend analysis. Now, I haven't plotted where land availability is by zip codes of 100-acre tracts, and I can overlay that. But the whole point here is to look at where this is what ChatGPT has allowed you to be able to do, which is large analysis of data and interpretations all in 5 minutes or less. Now, can I go and count 5 or identify some of those? Yeah, sure. For example, we have 43055 here. This is Newark, right? So you see that around 2017, 2018, it hit 5, then 8, and then a big subdivision, 5, right? So if there's one subdivision in here, DR and Mid-Ohio are the 2 drivers out there. We're looking for and sometimes the file's a little bit easier. If it has trouble, it's easier to just give it a raw XLS that's properly formatted. High growth zips north with 1,200 deliveries. This has way more than that. Let's see how many deliveries we have paced here. We're tracking way more than that. Yeah, just this is 2,500. I would say here is the raw data. We have way more than that. I'd look at trends. Then I have 1,000 to 3,000 deliveries for since 2008 per year. So it's like at least 15K. And we're looking for more like, I just want this sheet. So it's on the 3rd tab, zip code by units. So I can say it's on the 3rd tab, zip code by units. So if you feed it this data, that's the whole point of our development channel, is to look at development trends. And if you're in Miami or any market, you can do any of these. So it's looking at it'll analyze it, and it's super fast. There's not that many figures. This is a computer that's analyzing the data and giving me recommendation trends. But that's what we're looking at. So a lot of these, like I tracked over time. Here's another one, 43136. That's what they said, commercial point. And you could see who the market leaders are, like DR Horton in our market. So let's go in here. Let's go back. What you want to do is align yourself with the law firms that do that, with the land entitlement arms that do that, people that have a really good pulse on the development market in your city. And with this amount of data, how many data points? And yes, show me the trends. And if I was a developer looking at which direction or an institutional level advisory market pulse you can never find, please write it. So we want to show that advisory memo, strategic market pulse for 3-year growth for institutions, measurable shift with 55 zip codes averaging more than 5 deliveries, representing the strongest absorption corridor since post-2008 cycles. This analysis identifies where 15,000 units with a heavy ramp up post-2020, 3-year surges. Delaware, Plain City, Grove City, Pickerington, Powell, directional growth map. Northwest and North, institutional core, Delaware, Powell, Marysville, Sunbury, Lewis Center. The most consistent 15-year absorption, highest new construction home values, magnet for retail-backed BTR master plan communities and higher owned. Near-term lot velocity aligned with major builders, south and southeast. Rural to suburban to institutional in less than 5 years, which is what we're talking about. Asheville delivered 110 homes alone, outperforming many traditional suburbs. Arbor are actively optioning land at 30 to 40 an acre. That's where we come in. East, slower to densify, but now shifting. Ideal for entry-level product lines, detached rentals, and zoning-like towns. Heath, Ohio is a great example, which is where that's at. Western outer, Plain City, Marysville. Plain City is the fast-growing zip code by raw unit count. You can't really get in there, and that's because it was a master plan committee. What is driving that? Largest planned unit development in history. Oh, Plain City. This is by 500 acres. You see this, but nationwide. Highland Real Estate of Columbus. Still in planning. Highland Real Estate of Columbus. So we'll get into that. And again, I know this isn't, but 230 homes, Plain City development, nationwide realty investors, right? And these are the guys, these are the land firms that have done this. And this is Jerome Village. That's exactly right. 2,000 acres with a variety of neighborhoods and 100,000 acre commercial development. Master planned community in Plain City, Ohio, developed by it. It's way bigger than that. So the reason why is because who made that decision? So if you look at the players, most development is local and there's institutional level development. Don't forget this. That is why it is so much. Nationwide did it in Plain City. To anchor Plain City's meteoric rise due to a master plan community. The vehicle that brought that was clearest institutional level footprint in the Midwest and looked at what suburban scale looks like. If you're wondering why, it's because they made land availability. why it matters. 650 units, the highest in the region. It sets a template up for Midwest institutional grade suburban growth, which is the use of master plan communities and PUDs. Critical sewer infrastructure. How did they fund the sewer? That's the main problem. They probably did it through let's see here. Bond sales, 2010. And they put the infrastructure in. So you need to be ready to put the infrastructure in. To build ongoing infrastructure development are charged a community development charge. And this is billed semi-annually. These are mechanisms, bond financing. So this was in the planning phase since 2010. When did the first units start selling? So what gave it that velocity? By looking at that, and they have access to it, were sold back then. Use my raw data I gave you, and now go back 15 years and do a stronger trend. I think you'll see that it's not plain city or geography, it's land use planning at scale. Like, this is land use planning, right? Like master planned communities and planned unit developments. So for our fund to secure, this can bankrupt you. A development like this can bankrupt you. So you have to put options on land and look at feasibility for large scale development. And if you look at the land basis is what you want to look at. When we zoom out, the story isn't just about location, it's about it. Delaware, Grove City, that, Plain City. Plain City's growth rate. Most exponential long-term growth aren't just close to Columbus, they've embraced zoning that allows master plan communities. Jerome Village, sustained builder economies, Pickerington, advisory level. If you're a developer, your number one predictor of outsized return is, does a town approve and embrace PUDs, MPDs, and high velocity subdivision planning? You're betting on municipal culture of enabling density. PUD friendly municipal index. Now we're not quite there. We want to look at what are the other largest ones, like largest ones by Nationwide. Realty investors. They have done this more than 3 to 5 times. Grandview Yard, and they did one in Sunbury. What else? So the partnerships or the direct entry of Nationwide Realty investors, large scale arena district, 2 billion. Jerome Village, North Star, 1,800 acres, 300 acres. And this, my friend used to work here. Long-term mixed-use communities. Who is, and how do they invest? Where does it come from? Pension funds. This is just one. Nationwide Mutual, largest insurance. How does a insurance company invest money? Reserves, billions of balance sheet capital. General account, no outside LPs. Does not raise outside equity like a typical real estate private equity fund. Their model is vertically integrated, developer, owner, operator, no dilution and full control. Debt financing and municipal bonds, tax advantage structures, TIF, CRA. No. How much is AUM for their scale? How much was the land purchased? What they did was probably buy the largest tracts of land ever available. Okay, and I can show you that. 2.5, the subsidiary, financial backing. 2.5 in comparison, manages 14 billion. Purchase 1,600 acres. It's noted for the Jerome process. Purchase prices of land. In summary, Jerome Village land sold to NRI. See how they set aside, well, predominantly when they did it, which was back in 2010, People's Creative Group. Who's this? Nationwide has relied on our group since that for the marketing materials. Okay, that's fancy, but still. So you see how much commerce this brings to let's see here. And our Nationwide Realty Investors purchases land. That's 2014. 8 acres, Arena District. 134 acres at auction. 134. So they bought a mixed use. They like to buy. They love buying. Look at this guy. Brian Ellis is a beast. 1,600 units. The project infrastructure too. New sidewalks and all that stuff. First anchor tenant, choice of a major will build upon the great strength of our economy. So they are, that was quite some time ago. $100 million project, mixed use, to build Parkline. They're self-developing too. They went vertical after a while. You see how the Columbus crew did that moving forward? More land, connection between NRI, Frontier, Triple Net, 50-50. Robert Weiler has formed a 50-50 to develop 350 acres. Even the biggest, these are dinosaurs in our market. 300 acres, right? Partnered with Nationwide. So you have to look at who is buying the land to get these at scale. In total land cost infrastructure, where is this? Scottsdale, 900 million, 100 acres. So this is why, and then what tools do they use, right? Developer of corporate center. These are long-term 10-year plays at the highest scale possible. And the only difference is Plain City. The only difference is here we go. Now look at this when they bought it. KW. KW commercial. Look at that. Wow. Looks like nothing when they bought it, right? This is what it looks like when you pulled it. These are adjacent districts right here. So, in my opinion, it's really high level thinking, but when you go into these, I can go back in our MLS and pull up the largest land sales. So more than 100 acres in our market. And I can probably do more than 200 acres. We'll do 300. And this will be for the last, as far back as we can go. And we can look at the transfers of these. Oops. Land. Sorry about that. over 100. So there's 31,000 land prices. So if you just track institutional level land purchases, which is probably 100 acres and up, we're looking at 700 of these in every direction. You have to apply like a rider on it, which is probably 48 miles. And then you can look at what the average price of those transactions is, and we can just say, okay, where should we be focusing? So let me share. This is how you apply institutional level scale to what that looks like. And here is the pivot table. This is data analytics. And we're just going to do zip code and average transaction. I could do the count by that. I can also do it by county. And I can do it by sold price. This is pure up the average of the sold prices of those and the volume. So where do you see the concentrations of these? You see, this is 1 million. The average of all these is, you can see $1 million, $2 million, $4 million. This is our fund's view on buying land. It's to buy and control large 100-acre tracts of land and to study the economics of where those have occurred, right? So if you look at Asheville, 43103, let's see how many have been transacted. It might not have even hit 1 million. But this is all of the trends. I don't see much in let's see where these top ones. Where are these top zip codes centered? This is institutional level land purchases over 100 acres in Central Ohio by volume. And we can study this is about 1% of the market. So we're studying that 1%. And we actually want it over here. Let's see what they say. Where are they concentrated? This is all within 45 miles of our MSA. It'll tell you which direction large land tracts are not only available, but like I could drop that to 50 acres and do a 5-year. And 43050. You see Newark right here. That's Licking County. Now, I can also do it by county. And I think you'll see a way bigger distribution if I do it by county. You're not going to see Franklin. You're going to see Licking. So if you do it by county, for institutional level land purchases, right, you see that Delaware, Hocking, Fairfield. Let's see if it can come up with something. This is large tracts of land purchases, 100 acres plus by county. So if you want to set a zone, I would start it with a county. Over last days, can you give me some insights? Licking is by far. This is likely due to Intel's expansion data centers and making it the hottest land acquisition zone in Central Ohio. Delaware and Fairfield, Columbus's metro high growth suburbs. And what we want to see is how has that changed over the last 5 years, right? Top activity, and I can go back 5 years, and this is what we want to study here. I can drop it to 50 acres, and I can go back 3,650. That's 10 years. We'll take a 10-year look at it, see if the trends are still the same. It's basically where should I be focusing my time? And it's large pivot and large data tracking. Land values in New Albany. Here it is. Delaware and Hocking, very high concentrated, likely recreational or timber. So it's probably less. Fairfield is a sleeper hit with Columbus access and affordable land. If you look at Fairfield County, this is where we talked about. So it's Fairfield County. Now you're seeing a lot here. Now we're going to look at the 10-year and we're going to look at the 5-year, and we're going to look at trends through that. So we'll do county. And I would do the same thing down here if there was land available, but this is horizontal development. You still see, look at Licking County by volume, right? So we go over here and we say same thing. We go, I dropped it to 50 acres and 10 years. Can you provide some insights on changing economics? Licking is jump. This confirms strong fragmentation. Prime for entitlement, small subdivisions, or BTR. Delaware, upscale buyer demand, mid-tier counties are growing, emerging as affordable land. Morrow, Union, Perry, or Pickaway. Lower tier counties, limited activity, higher risk. Madison, Ross, Muskegon, slow but steady, solid for return. Volume is surging in mid-sized parcels, more digestible, easier to entitle, suitable for these. Licking County dominates again. Franklin County is saturated at scale. Focus here should be infill, which is what we do. We do a lot of infill. And the other one is Hocking and Perry need scrutiny. That's correct. Heat map visualization. Let me do 5-year, 3-year, 1 year, and same 50. And let's finalize a trends report for land institutional level development partners. So what we're showing is we're showing how land has changed. You could do the same thing here by the price per acre for the last 10 years and the growth rates. If you're invested in a very strategic area, urban adjacent, you need to have a financial underwriter that's able to do this kind of stuff, right? It's the same data points. We're giving it the same, but we're backing into it. So we're going to do 5-year, 365 times 5 is 1,825 days. Okay, 400. So it's smaller lenses. We're going like this. Licking County was still at the top. And you can see the breadth of it. Whoops, we're going to do county. I think counties are a little bit better to focus on. Licking County again, check it out. Here's a smaller lens. This is 5 years. So same data points, but we are shrinking the lens for a 10-year report. Let's see what it says. Licking County, hyper accelerating Intel, utility expansion, industrial and housing convergence. Delaware, demand shifting to exurbs like Ostrander and Sunbury. Recreation, Fairfield, underrated growth corridor, Canal, Baltimore, Knox, Perry, Union. Licking remains #1 volume, doubling any other county. Emergence of Union, Madison, Knox. Second tier wash list, 10 to 24. D.R. Horton for BTR, Pickaway County, Madison, Ross. So depending on land plays and what tools you want and the size, right? We have 3 and 1 year left. 40% of tenure occurred in the last 5 years, showing continued institutional level interest. We're not even close to, we're going to do 3 years now. You need to look at land deals, 1,095, right? All right. Now you see how this is washing out and you see how it's growing. It's kind of like this angle and up, right? That's Delaware. This is licking up here and this is southeast. You can see how it's growing. Look at the difference from that heat map, right? And when I give it this data, I'm going to show it that and say, it looks like by concentration, right? That's what a heat map does. It's going to show the heat map over that. Pivot table. We're going to do county. This is large volume licking. Still #1, doubling Delaware every single time. Here's a 3 year. And I'll bring my commentary into it too. Here is a 3 year, and it looks like the counties west, northwest, and southwest are slowing down last 3 years. Look at county growth rates in particular, and let me know about the counties in Ohio from, and it's basically 11 p.m. to 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. on a clock. From the west to southwest, have shown notable drops. 10-year, 5-year, 3-year, halved, Pickaway, slowing but active, Fayette, Clark, Champaign, Logan, Marion, Ross, Muskego. The entire clock sector from Union, Ross, Fayette is cooling, likely due to lack of infrastructure, slower activity, or less speculation. Counties still accelerating, right? Still dominant and holding momentum. Hocking, Knox, Fairfield, moderate decline, Delaware. Take away the East, continue to outperform. Avoid or exit West or Southwest. I wouldn't say that's the case. Double down on East and heat maps. Can you also provide inventory of county delivery averages in the periods to demonstrate either quarterly snapshots or monthly? How does it look by growth rates in this picture? I will do the 1 year now, but I want to see so far. Average per year, Fairfield, Hocking, Knox, Franklin is flat, Morrow, Perry, Union, Madison, Ross, Logan. What is the fastest growing so far over 10 years? Held same volume in 3 years. Could double in 2025. We'll look. Hocking is the number one fastest growing by acceleration. So I'll do a 2 year and 1 year, I think. Well, the full velocity. Yep. So we're looking at now it's 365 times 2 is 730. Wow, that's nothing. So in general, it looks like that's crazy. Pivot table. I'm gonna ask it if it wants me to drop it down again. Oh, licking. Whoops. That's the wrong one. Here we go. 730. Okay. Here you go. Here's a 2 year. 10 year, 5 year, 3 year, 2 year. Delaware. Licking is still going crazy. Licking, hogging, urban pressure, and last rebounded. Cool down. Pick away. Knox. All right, we got 1 more year. 1 year, and then let's look. That's pretty balanced. You have to count on, you see that velocity, so you got to raise it down. There's a lot more velocity in that lower price range. Damn, dude. Hawking is going crazy still. And it's not that many, but this helps us. Licking dominant by volume, but growth percent slowing, maybe peaking. Hawking, high velocity and strong, quick, quiet leader. Franklin, new large parcel action. That's what we're doing. We're pushing on infill, right? Fairfield is, and then Union. So Franklin, 5 year growth, 3 year growth data. show me the most detailed 10-year report for institutions for development partnerships I need to shape the landscape and a narrative, all backed by data. Regional segmented 10-year analysis of 50-acre transactions across central and southeast, identifying institutional grade acquisition zones, emerging markets, and future ready development corridors. 50+ acre recorded land transactions by county, total deal volume, growth by time frame, and absorption velocity. Licking County, 10-year totals, Delaware, Fairfield, Hocking, 5-year, 3, 2, and 1. Top accelerators are Franklin, Hocking, peaking or plateauing. Still a top performer. Fairfield is softening and pick away. Licking, Intel effect, Franklin, urban pressure, Hocking, quiet, low competition, alternative housing typologies. Emerging transaction counties, mid-volume, strong forecast. Pause, monitor counties, low absorption or declining volume. And so I can say, is this as detailed as it can be? Add those in there and commentary that talks about it. Okay, data-backed, regionally segmented 10-year analysis. That's great. 50+ recorded transactions, velocity trends, strategic zoning and development partnerships, core counties, institutional readiness, 2-year deal velocity, 8+, 1-year growth positive, builder presence, sewer and public within a mile, entitlements less than a year. Licking, Franklin, Hocking, Union, Fairfield. Detached, Licking and Franklin saw the highest price per acre appreciation near Intel. Entitlement or build to core sweet spot is 20 to 45 an acre with sewer within a mile. High growth, low cost, high absorption. That's why we were staying out of that. We're in land entitlement, low growth, high cost, capital allocation. This would show that. This is a funds perspective. 25 to 30% would be forecast. This updated report is backed by data. There you go. Now if we look at if we take this is our trend analysis. This is this is our anchor city for my fund, which is the point, right? And this gives us, now if I overlay housing trends, if I say to it, can you overlay deliveries for single family home new construction? I have the stats on delivery by zip on the 3rd tab to see how residential has played versus other sectors, or to possibly eliminate some other areas. So we're going to overlay new housing delivery by zip code, which is this is by zip, but I think you are smart. Note the trends and update the report with a new backing. We want to watch the effects on land purchases versus residential growth. We want to overlay them. We want to overlay land stats by how residential housing is growing, which in my opinion, you see DR, you can just look at the subdivisions. Let's see here. To provide a data-backed regionally segmented 10 years of 50-acre trends, identifying institutional grade acquisition zones and future rate development corridors. Metrics County 17 core, segmented to east, north, south, west, growth rings. Let me generate the new reports. Let's see here. Residential delivery overlay commentary. Using zip level delivery data, we've cross-referenced delivery volumes to confirm demand. High alignment, high land sales, and high deliveries. These are Delaware, Blacklick, Dublin, Hilliard, strong new home absorption, Licking and Franklin. Multiple zips with 200 plus deliveries a year. Mismatch zones, high land sales, Hocking, strong land sales, but delivery data lags. Likely lifestyle and recreational, Perry and Ross, active land transfers but weak residential. Overlooked is Delaware, shows robust residential growth but fewer large scale transactions. It's not a missed opportunity, it's because there's no land. Historical land data, Licking and Franklin, highest price sweet spot, 20 to 45, high growth. So if we look at then where, so if I pull the land data by county for maybe a 5-year, would that be the missing piece? And I put price per acre. Do you want 5-year, 3-year, 2-year, 1-year? Institutional level, correlate price trends to volume, price per acre, speculative spikes, undervalued zones. You can heat map what those are. Let's do it by county and I'll get 5 years. Okay, so this is the missing piece of our land. We're a land fund, land entitlements, land use planning, zones. And this is my strategy was infill for a long time, but it's pretty tough to scale. So now what we want to do is land over 50 acres by county. So we're going to go 5 times 365. 1825. Let's see here. Here we go. We already had the data, but I think there's other things that we can put on here. I can give it the raw data. I would say, would you prefer? I think this can actually probably analyze it faster than I can. Would you prefer the raw data? It's by transaction. Here is the first set. This is the 5-year. You can find price and price per acre. Calculate might be a manual. Okay, let's see what it says. Now, this is the benefits. This is where it gets unbelievable and where you can't ever touch. I might give it every single year. But we look for, if I said, give me the top 10, I think the county's in here. Obviously, you can see the county look at it. Let's see what it says. While it's doing that, I'm going to get to the 3-year. I think it was 1,095. median max. One shows one or more likely due to data error. Licking is slightly below, but still strong. Here is the 3-year. How many data points did you have to throw out? No, there are only on my raw data. It was 400, 400, or 450. There you go. Some are missing sold prices, rejection rate. Okay, here is the 3-year. Let's see what it says. Let's see if it's a similar rejection rate. We're looking for consistency because we're just looking for trends. I can do the 2-year then, 730 days. Two-year. And that's what it's looking at. We're looking at I love that term, which is it's crazy how technical it is. Comparison table, price trend. It was like compression, something compression. And then we'll look at the 1-year stats. Might have messed up the let's see here. 149. How many usable data points? Nope, that was right. 30 unusable. Price breaker, sold price, or acreage. Some sold date were empty. Non-arm's length or zero. It's thin. Let's look at it. Sometimes you have to look at the data and tell it. I think it always has the acreage. Sold price is in X. And acreage is in AU. Sold price is in X and acreage is in AU. That is for all data. Can you go back and check again and see? That'll probably push the acceptance rate a lot higher. There we go. Madison, can you recalibrate for all the data sets I gave for 5-year and 3-year too, and show the rejection rates on the data now for each set? So we want to see the rejection rates and the calibration. If we look through, all of these have an acreage that I'm looking at. Three-year notes are fully usable. 3-year has from lips label or older export had valid price plus acreage. Go look at the 3-year. Okay, let's go back to the 3-year. 3 times 365. So it's saying that something doesn't look right in your data. Okay, we'll do that then. Let's take a look. There also could have been a modification on how they format the data on the exports or a new field added. There's a lot of different things that we can look at. Let's see here. Usable rows, every single one. Yes, replace all of them. And what was rejection rate? Was it 0? Provide data backed 50 plus, 50 acres, metrics, 10-5 counties. It's still doing that. Data set. And it shows where these are going. Franklin is going way up. That is surprising that you can get land that cheap. Okay. Let me get the 1-year. Where did it go? I think it was 28 too. Let's make sure it's 28. It's only, and you deleted a lot of the report. It should continue. And please make sure that you have the transaction totals too. We want this to be for land trends, not just for pricing, but also units across the board. And you had the overlays as well for the data for deliveries. Update report with this final, and let's see how it looks. Final institutional level overview for land availability. So it's going to do, we can go much higher than that. Our market is around 40. and we have the overall trends as well. You could probably do a market trend too. These are large transactions of land, and this is where you see the largest price drops. And fully integrated. Boom. Licking County, average, median, Delaware, Franklin. Here you go. Next, I'll update the report. Give me a green light. Yes, as lengthy and detailed as possible with land recommendations. Recommendations by residential or mixed, but with land recommendations for a land entitlement fund that drives us and institutions. This defines our strategy. We are directly tied to by the number of acres we can entitle and sell. Transaction sizes would be good as well by 50 to 100, 100 to 250, and 250 acres and up where those opportunities are, since you have all the data and how all the data and how those trends are going down and pricing on those land plots. So sensitivity analysis, I think, by acreage with the cutoffs above. So what we're looking at, if people want to buy more land or less land, what would that land acquisition and development report, Central Ohio, to provide data bags segmented 10-year analysis of 50 plus across Central, identifying institutional grade acquisition zones, emerging market, and future ready development corridors, time frame, metrics, deal flow, trajectory, price per acre trends. Across the board, you should be seeing upwards. Delaware dropping is pretty interesting. Franklin, acreage band. See, so I don't know why. I'll have to kind of tell it. It definitely has that data, or maybe it's gonna calculate it. Because it has all that data. You have all the land purchases and sizes. You should be able to do the acreage band. Good margin opportunity below that, 100 in that. Can you do it first by overall data as well as the trends report for this as well by sizing? So size impact trends on pricing plus what you have. So again, it's kind of telling that, and we have some smaller deals, right, that we're looking at. Data types, enhancements, builder suitability matrix, price per acre, full fund allocation strategies, acreage tier sensitivities, and full raw data integrity backing, price per acre. Madison. And I think we can also calculate the total number. Here's the price breaks, the average and the max. So when you buy at scale, it almost every single one of these. Now, This says there's only, you have access to the full 400 data points, and you only have about 100. Can you go back and modify? So we're looking at the distribution curves. So, and I'm modeling, this is financial modeling. Jesus. To the 5-year. I'm saying that still has only 100 about. So if I give it the data that it's asking for, which is the 10-year trend, which will probably be, I think it was export, it'll probably have the close date. I have to tell it how to run the data. Let's go back to 25. Nope, it's not 25. It's gonna be 24. You're right. Here it is. 259, 136, 463% liquidity and velocity tier. Yes, upgrade. And you have the close dates, so you can see trends by this as well, right? Dominate the transaction. Licking, Knox, Fairfield, Marion. Most common scalable phasing, extremely rare. Deep discounts, ideal for anchor hold master plan communities or private public, which is just too big for what we're doing. Median pricing drops by nearly 40%, opening up for land banking or phases. Using closed data, downward slopes for 200 plus. Licking, 5-year transaction, 3-year transaction, still a high velocity. Institutional recommendations, focus on this. It says, would you like a price trend chart? Yes, pricing trend chart, please. And I'd like any sites sold twice if you are able to find them. Let's see here. If I pull this up, you have to look at the raw data, and there's unique identifiers, which would probably be the you would probably see the same thing. We have to look for the parcel numbers can be off, but we would want to see like probably the same exact acreage and any of them. It would be same acreage, same zip code, so it might show land trends, and we can show key entitlement bumps, maybe if possible. It's limited, but might happen. So we're looking for the same site sold twice. There might be 3. I doubt it. Not even 1. Yeah, but I would say land can trade. Same acre zip, similar shape, entitlement flips or pricing gains. That's what we're looking at. So recorded land price increases potentially. Those aren't big enough for gains. Whoops. Those aren't big enough for gains. Can you just update the report and finalize it? Now, the last thing that I can do is the largest land tracts ever sold. I can look at stuff over maybe 2.5 million, which is represents the largest institution. Let's see here by units. I can ask for it to include, that's why I copy these sometimes. I could say, can you bring in these from before and build it out? That's the first draft. A lot of the times the first draft, and when you go into these deep dives, they don't always they continue to kind of make mistakes. 17 core counties, geospatial overlays, builder suitability matrix. So top line transaction volume. This shows the transactions. Delaware, that's sorted by, it looks like first, the 10-year transaction activity. Franklin, 7 deals in 1 year versus 41 over 10. It shows a little bit. Licking County, but still 1 year velocity, core training, institutional readiness. We're still missing that. And then add in the pricing per acre, all that stuff, and make this report as lengthy as possible and detailed by land sizes and numbers and by acre by pricing. One is by volume, one is by pricing. We're looking at volume and pricing trends. And this is pretty good. We have the transaction volumes. Institutional level framework. It brought up. We had velocity trends, strategic zoning and development partnerships, readiness, 8+ transactions, builder scalability. Then we have the pricing, acreage band sensitivity. I'd like to get a little more in here by the bands, average price per acre, 5-year data set. So we're seeing, we don't have it by bands. I could say, I'll take a copy of this because it's pretty good. But we want to see the acreage band breakout by can you do pricing by acreage bands for 10-year, 5-year, 3-year, 2-year, 1 year? So this part right here by pricing, we're looking at how land size affects pricing. What trends, let me see here, do you see, if any? It might be consistent. Dominates across every time window, 310 sales, 259. Price trends, 10-year to 1 year. Strongest upward slope. So, that's great. That's exactly the point. The strongest upward slope is by land gaining, just by sitting on land. 40% gain, but entitlements are going to push that substantially higher. Second most common, 250 is just rare. So we can say that we might, overall observations, compression and price gap, the 1 year view, price differences are minimal, suggesting peak pricing for smaller sites and market hesitancy. Yield rotation may become undervalued. Nears 25,000 an acre. Build to core entry points is likely the sweet spot. That's way too big. Can you add this into section 6? But from what I'm seeing, you're saying to stay in the 50 to 100 acre range since the price appreciation has been the fastest. So we're looking at the acreage band here now. And that's a 5-year, 10-year trends, 5-year trends. Three-year trends, 2-year trends. The 50 solid returns based on location entitlement at 200 acre remains undervalued. What about by zone? Okay, I think we have it. Just update this section here in the chat, written in neutral price point with a question like, does acreage, like, what acreage bands should we target and what has the most velocity and why based on data sets? So I would agree from what I've seen. Pricing over time, 10-year average, 5-year average. You see pretty consistent pricing. Leads in total volume according with over 63%, most liquid and active markets for institutional level buyers. The price appreciation 40% over the past 10 years. So just sitting on land, but that's still not enough. I'd also argue that this data proves that there is limited resale and there was no resale over 2x or 3x transacted, which would lead me to believe that entitlement is a necessary part of land returns, not just banking. There is minimal returns for just holding. Let's see what it says. And it keeps answering over here. So what we're seeing is there isn't really a market. This is the largest way to track and transact data that exists. Acreage bands and volume. You see really consistent pricing as well. We also see consistent. We have institutional level partners who say that they will pay up. They can buy up to 70K an acre pre-entitled or raw agricultural land. This shows that the market strength based on institutional level land pricing. Can you add that in as well? As well, backed by the percentage of transactions under 70K an acre. It's probably like 94%, which means that's why. That means any of these. We did the median trends analysis. Can you rewrite this in the section and then look where those occurred and say the top entitlement areas that are supported by transactional entitlement basis or rank the top counties or by zip. So what we're saying is, how do we justify our I wanted to answer it in this chat though. So I'm asking for it to make a recommendation on where is it possible? Probably everywhere. Delaware, Franklin, Licking, Fairfield. Strongest alignment between current. Are you sure out of 400, only less than 80 had that? I want all 400 land comps analyzed from this data set, which is right here, number 24. This is the amount of data backed things that you have to do because you, as a manager of a fund, especially in Miami, you'd have to have development activity across all these. That's the whole point. So with this, let's see what it says. We rewrote acreage. Sometimes it gets super limited. So we rewrote this. That cannot be right. It's got to be like 80 to 90%. 98%. There you go. We reran it, and here's what we found. Confirmed insight. Institutional grade pricing is widespread. You can buy it with a basis, right? It's not priced out of the market. These counties show high overlap between low cost and land builder aligned. This validates. Show me a new section called buy box validation. And if you assume an exit at 28,000, let's just do 25,000 per paper lot and a density of 5 units per acre, show where the greatest land gains on a model would have been. Would have been if you owned and purchased those sites. We have a minimum fund land gain value of 1 million and a flat entitlement cost of 400K to assume in that model. Show how much could have been what you're going to see is a strategy backed by data. And that is assuming equivalent densities, which is an accepted standard practice. Where are the greatest gains possible in land? Now, we might have to introduce a support metric that takes out Hocking County or some of those other things that it saw. Through extensive data set analysis and confirmation from acquisition teams at national builders, we found this 98% are priced below entitlement backed model, exit values, a zoning density, a flat entitlement, a fund hurdle. Here's what we found. These are the modeled gains by county. That is unbelievable. This simulation represents financial feasibility of the land fund targeting entitled returns without vertical build risk. Licking County, 71. Average net gain, 8 million. Max net gain, 22. Total modeled gain. Delaware, net gain. Hocking, net gain, which we said we probably have to take out. Back this by delivery data, by zips, I think we would have to throw out Hocking. Let's see what it says. So the county would have to have, and if I give it that data, we can say the eligibility for a county to be in there, or I can just pull the stats, which is the new construction comps. I can just pull, it's hard to say, but I can just give it a little bit. This would be in the buy box, but if we go to residential new construction and we go back a trailing, this is closed. And we want to go out 40 miles. There's 2,400. We're going to go, so we have limited data sets. We'll go back 180 days. We'll go back 200 days. I can get a maximum of 1,500 data points. 220, 225, 224, 220. I'll just stick with 220. So what we're looking at is where historic new construction residential, since we're doing horizontal, has been delivering houses. This is today's numbers. And we're just doing it on a per county level. But the modeled land gains, that's the whole point of this, is to show what the modeled land gains could have been or on a per transaction price. And again, we can do the price analysis by acreage band as well to show where those gains would be. Where do the greatest gains stand to make? Based on historical transaction price and exit data, which is 25. If I lower that assumption, I can see if the statistics are still the same. And here's what we're going to see. I think you'll see the deliveries by county substantially less. You see Hocking. Here's the deliveries. I would say anything that's under, you can see Franklin and Delaware by new construction. You can't just come to that conclusion. So you have to give it the inputs. Here are the last 6 months deliveries by county, so it can help you. I'll do 220 days. So you see how looking excellent, confirms builder absorption over the last 220 days. It's filtering. Now I'll rewrite section, whatever. Here's the new version. Buy box validation and modeled land gains. In consultation with land teams, an upper cap at that. 98% are within that. 25,000 entitlement costs, 1 million per transaction. deals over 1 million net gain. Now, I don't think we had way more than that. You had way more than that on the net gain. Can you go back to all counties again? You had like billions. You see it starts to really mess up. Transactions analyzed. We want it ranked by total gain. Highest to lowest in all counties. But I'd do the top 10 counties by deliveries. So there could be emerging counties that we come in and just hit a home run on because new people are starting to deliver houses there. Buy box validation to assess the land gains across by modeling acquisitions specific to development assumptions. 5 units an acre, determine max land acquisition. Licking. Oh, this is so garbage. We need to go back to where it was at. I was gonna say way more like this. Minimum required gain. Net performing counties modeled out. You see Hocking is ranked no. Fairfield Knox deals over 1 million. So this is where we need to be focusing. Deals over 1 million. Only counties with delivery volumes over 5+ units were counted. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Filtered out for low. Key takeaways: highest volume, highest return market, offering consistent entitlement velocity and institutional level demand. Fairfield, Delaware, and Franklin are still good. This validates entitled land is the highest IRR in real estate chain. Massive holding rarely creates returns of 2x. Action is zoning, planning, and layout. It's where the real value. And then can you look at land gain values as well? Let's say we want 2.5 million, 5 million as the next cuts. Can you provide a sensitivity analysis if we raise that up? Let's see here. By county, that's what we're looking at. So we're adding this on a section 8. This was the acreage band. And they don't even have licking on here. So I'm like, how could licking be the top one here? I want the top deal volume modeled out. And keep going every 2.5 million until you hit a price point that has less than 10 million. Show where the biggest gains are and if acreage bands So what we're doing is setting the core thesis of where's land available, where's the greatest gains, and we're looking at and breaking those out by exit prices. 98% of land in our market is unbelievable at the institutional level, 500 acres plus. Modeled land gains by minimum net profit. Top county, 10 million, 12 million. Go over, keep going up to 25 million. Let's see. So this is depending on and the market leader for those gains. This is going to give us out where is ultra low barriers. Let's see. That's what I'm asking for. Break it out for ultra low and highest exits. Keep it going until you hit the highest possible gains on one piece of land. And the transaction volume is around 10 and $2.5 million metrics. So we're modeling out. I mean, if I went to Marion and I could get an institution to follow me there, it's just showing that what we can do in our city, how much money we can make. It is crazy. Licking County in this range, these are pretty crazy deals. I'll back this with a real fund that we modeled off of, and you'll see that most of the time their exits are around 10 million. Licking, top county total gain, Marion. While Marion emerges as the dark horse at the highest thresholds likely due to stream. I only have to 12.5 million on mine. Can you expand to 25 million? We want to see the chart. So it means what is the largest single transaction volume that I could have made? Where is it? Show me. I don't see it. Show me how it plateaus. It should keep going down by land gain because the number of transaction volumes should drop. Gains remain after 12. The pool of qualifying land shrinks, confirming a natural gap in feasible haul. A sweet spot is $1 to $10 million net gain exits is robust and repeatable. Rewrite this final section with all of that. It's not cost, but entitlement readiness and parcel scale. Exit value, and that might be high. That's a simple model, but it's meant to show. Net gain thresholds. This is what we wanted to show. This is what I was missing. It it plateaus, that's correct. So the volume is in the two. So the most scalable returns occur at 2.5 net gain. Parcels exceeding 15 million model gains are rare and tend to be highly specific. Funds targeting 5 to 10 million should prioritize licking. There we go. So we're looking at sensitivity and net gains. And then the last thing that I'm going to do is I have a fund that we modeled. We have 4 transaction data, base it. So it'd be real world applications from other, this would be, this is the fund. So we have 5, we have 4 deals modeled out as well. That would be another final section, which is real world transactional data from other fast growth markets, Texas Triangle. And I think it defends the same thesis. This is a fund that raised 15 million. And I think there's better. Let's see here. It might be. We'll pull this up. Texas Triangle deal breakdown. Here we go. Let's see what it says. Let's look at what section we were on. This is where we were at. I think we already had section 8. Oh, there we go, section 8. Yep, that's right. Land basis density entitlement control. Land cost per lot, entitlement cost per lot, exit price per lot, target margin, hold time. make it more detailed. And if you model out these returns at county level, and where do you see this repeatable over and over? Just add that all in this section. So a lot of times ChatGPT can't break it all out, but this is detailed by cross-market validation, Texas Triangle versus repeatability in Ohio. To further validate it, we analyzed 4 horizontal deals, Texas Triangle, land cost per acre, and average profit per lot, average price per lot, average margin. All deals required land below 10,000 a lot raw basis. Entitlement cost stayed under that sites range from 59 to 12 optimal scale. Exit prices 22 in line. Midwest repeatability based on county 84%. Fairfield, Delaware. Oh, this shows how many closings it had. But we're looking at the percent of deals under 10,000 a lot. But and with a chart, I really like that. Target density, entitlement time, less than 18 months are lower. We achieve lower pricing, outperforming Texas exit pricing. Texas lots average that, nearly identical. Margin profiles, repeatability, builder scale, and land availability. Yes, this is just one market. This is just one Midwest market. And our goal is to profit 100 million in 3 years. Break out the number of deals and profit per deal in this section too. So this will show you a model on how many deals we have to do. Real world, Midwest county by county repeatability, total deal count to hit 300 million, profit per deal, full strategy alignment. To reinforce, right? It has the profit metrics here, average lot, Midwest repeatability. So Licking County shows that builder closings, percentage deals under 10,000 a lot. Over and over with raw land entitlement scaling strategy. Here's how to get there. Average net gain per transaction. 15 to 16 deals. That's it. Annual target, 5 to 6 deals each acre. Lot paper, strategic. And if we have to control, and if we need to hold title on a modeled out 60% of land deals plus have 400K entitlement for half deals observed, what is the liquidity needed or amount to raise for this model? Add that to the section as well. So Texas Triangle tries to sell sites and leave them out. We're looking at our liquidity requirements for the fund for us to grow in this area. And that's the whole point of this, which is just unreal. Intel is the main reason, I would say, just unbelievable. Capital required, 25. Asset-backed structure, 16 deals at 100 millions in land gains within 36 months. No vertical build, fund later, faster. So we're raising 50, but I only need to raise 25, which is why Texas Triangle stopped at 15 million. So this is the final section. And I just can't believe this, dude. It's unreal to see. And strategic thesis, right? And what are we missing here? This last part. Capital requirements. This is a modeled out liquidity to hit our gains. No vertical build to make that. So our goal is to pay back investors. And so I can do that. And we had a final section, which is raising, deployment, and repayment and growth section. For our fund, we modeled out 25 million a year for 2 years, plus payback by year 3. Can you see how that looks? We were going to front load returns and pay out a higher percentage and then cap it at 35% of profits or net return to original investors at a 35% to grow retained earnings for larger land tract deals. So what we're saying is my model correct? Here's the final section: capital raising, deployment, and fund strategy. This allows us to fund control, generate model returns, 5 to 6 deals per year. And these counties optimize for paper lots, 25-25 repayment, 65% of future profits. Initial years, maximize early gains, repayabilities up to 100% plus weighted profit. Post year 3, build retained earnings. Right. And then I think you just have, and then add how much land we have control at each point every 6 months on this model, probably. When we close the fund, it will be at 50 million. And when we repay investors, we will target fast expansion and max deployment model I need with retained earnings growth built in. Show a 10-year fund growth. And how many lots are entitled and sold each year in this section. This is a 10-year fund life cycle. If I wanted to do this, this is just incredible statistics. These are record-breaking numbers. I have no idea why someone wouldn't want to do it. It's literally insane. I tell 18-year-olds about this down here in Miami. If we deploy 90%, I'll probably have to update it to that. But what's the max deployment? Our deployment base grows every year. I'm not sure why we would need to sit on reserves. There might be a loss, but at 100 million in revenue, we would be able to go public. We'll just see. Again, this is a simplified model, but I don't know why it stops. We push out 50 million in profits. We still have 50 million plus retained earnings. It should grow. We reinvest earnings, and only pay out 35% and keep 10% liquidity on total deployment, same assumptions on deals, but deals should grow, lots sold should grow, etc. What's wrong in your model? We just want to show fund revenue and valuation every year. 4-star market cap is 4-star market capitalization. So their market cap is based, and they have control of around 4-star number of lots controlled. 106,000 lots. So you can look at a fund valuation by the lots it controls. So you can model out fund valuation based on industry peers over 10 years. This is to show how we get your money, pay it back, grow the fund, and our market capitalization. And smart finance folks can figure that out. We are going into, we have hundreds of options on sites. You can see we've already ranked the top counties. Fund performance, lots controlled. The retained earnings grows in investor payouts. Profits realized, but we need to front load that. Retained earnings fully fund growth. Can you start paying out 50%? Paying out 60% of profits in year 2. When we close the fund after year 2, or when we raise, we will pay out a way higher percentage. How fast does payback take? So this didn't pay out. We would reverse it. So for this chart, we would pay out 65% until investors are paid back. LP redeployment, 60%, 40% to fund. LPs paid back, paid out in year 3. There you go. Are paid back their initial investment. Was a deferred minimum 35% return. And how fast do they get paid back? Can you update all of this section with this? So this is a little bit of a hybrid, but it just shows why a big institution would want to come in and do this because of the opportunity alone. 50 million raised, 60% go to LPs from 40% LP payback. And then we want to see this capital raise 25 million, in title 50, 105 to 6. Exit, profit 17, investors receive 65 until, and then after that, 40% of profits to LP, 60% retained, which it's 35% per year. It's 35% per year. And then the fund distributes 35%. Like always, that never changes and retains 65% for growth. Now show it. LPs want to make a 2x return in 5 years. Our goal is to do it in 4, and this shows out realistically it could be in 3. And they continue to make a return on that investment, and it grows. So their initial contribution, they get it back, plus they get it back twice to give them a 2x return in 5 years or less. I think we can do it in 3, and that's with 16 deals. That's nothing. Cleanest scalable structure, LP return, and fund growth. Now, I think that's lost a little bit. This was meant to be a capital raise and deployment and growth plan, not about LPs, but cumulative payout. So we would pay out 100% of funds, I think. And maybe we go 65% of profits. And it's on a quarterly basis. Show what quarter investors receive their triggered 2x returns and when it drops on our model. And this section is more about raising deployment, growth, trajectories, and fund valuation. The LP is a part of it, but not the whole thing. Rewrite the whole section. So this is a modeled out land entitlement fund based on supply side economics. And remember, these are for billion. Can we do $1 billion? These are the rare record breaking things that everyone gets excited about in Miami. But to be honest with you, it's much stronger to be where the velocity is at, which is in 50 to 100 acre tracts of land. I have no idea why builders don't want to buy raw land. And it's probably because of entitlement risk. Quarter 9. There you go. Year 3, Q1. LPs achieve a 2x in just 9 quarters, front loading profits while the fund builds out massive retained earnings. Fund growth trajectory. Show this at 10 years and fund valuation every year on the chart based on peer group 4-star. We want to expand this on a 10-year trajectory. And you could lay that against our land economics, which is that do we foresee that if we scooped up, how many acres did we purchase? Now it's going to do a 10-year trajectory plan. So we'll probably just put this here and I'll add in a 10-year. Here we go. And then we just pull in the 10-year stats. It still only shows cumulative LP payout. Sometimes you have to refresh the page. Show me 10 years again. The lots controlled should grow every year. I'm not sure why it stops because we would be deploying more. It would show our liquidity, annual profit, LP payouts, funds retained. So, and we're not paying out 65%. We're paying, after we pay LPs, it drops to 35%. After LPs are paid back, it should drop to 35% payout. And lots controlled should grow every year. The fund valuation should grow every year. The payouts should grow every year. The annual profits, etc. Retainage bumps to 65% after LPs are paid back. And so this is just our anchor market. I think you could also plot the cumulative lots entitled as a field. This is a very, very complex model. Pending a reinvestment growth engine modeling. I don't know why it plateaus. Here we go. New lots acquired, total lots controlled. And I would probably does it really show? I don't think it can grow by that much. We can only grow based on our deployment model of 90% of assets and 400K of funds for each subdivision. Entitled. And we would cap the valuation at the year it hits 4 stars. Let's see it. You would want to go public before 4-star, which would probably be year 4. And we wouldn't be controlling 100,000 lots. This confirms, but now we should cap. It appears it's called exponential explosion in land acquisition due to compounding of large retained earnings. Let's see. You had us hitting our goals with like 6 to 8 deals a year. Our market is capped. This is our anchor market. You have transaction data. I think we would cap the fund at 20 when we have 25% market share on lot purchases. On land transaction data, which is 100 per year at 1 million at probably. Something is wrong with this valuation. I'm not sure why. Something seems to be wrong because it hits trillions of dollars. The initial investment thesis was how long would it take? Your initial model showed. Let's cap it at 40% market share for expansion. We don't want that. And also check land economics to see how many deals or how long this would be possible if we pushed hard. When would land economics go away? So we're testing the model. This is our financial model for our growth strategy. It's driven by land availability in our market and historic growth rates. I think if we bought every piece of land, there would still be a limit, you know? You could put, we're barely touching the market. It's like 2%. You hit 400 deals by year 4. We can, if your land, this model stretches for 10 plus. Land entitlement not available is a battle. Like, would you like the version aggressive grows to capacity? I'm confused by your subdivisions. Each deal has its profits. Our first few years, we had way less. How do you get 56? It could be because we're making so much money. You have to test your models and ask questions. If we deploy, what is the price per acre and price per subdivision? That can't be right. So I can't do 56 deals. I only have 25 million my first year. And you can model out equal fundraising by quarter to 50 million. There's no possible way. If the average purchase is 2 million, and we'll pick up small ones too, but I think the real gains are, and it should scale up from there because of profits. It should grow every year. So should transactions because of retained earnings. Now update the full model. So the assumption maybe would have been the land price, but the number of deals, the staff, the allocation per one, there's a lot of other growth trajectory and operating, but you have to show how realistic is this growth rate and how long can we maintain it? And we're showing what's available just in our market. New lots should be substantial because we are constantly deploying and selling. The fund, new lots, total profit, LP payout, and funds retained should all grow every year. It's really having trouble. I don't know what happened. We pay out 60% of profits, not fund value. God, this is so painful to try to work with ChatGPT on financial modeling. Okay, something's wrong here. So sometimes you have to go back up here. It was closer, like this, you see? We'll just copy all this. Still wrong. Go back to these metrics and look what is wrong in the model. Profits grow and lots controlled and payouts do as well. 60% of profits are paid back till LPs get 50 million back plus 50 million deferred, and then we keep scaling. Let's see what it says. Nope, it can't handle anymore. No funds till after year two. First eligible would be quarterly, so quarter seven. After 100 million paid out, it reverses to 35% payout and 65% retained. So we raise 50, we pay 50, and then we scale aggressively. This is still growing, but I think you see how you get capped on your growth rate. This might help us. Let's see here. Now, here's the problem. Where does you see the fund value, fund retained, scaling growth tied to it, new lots, profit. Why does it drop? Deployment is always 90% of fund capitalization. What is causing this to drop is insane. Profit, LP payout. If the fund, we could pay out the entire, this is what we'll say. We could pay out the entire 100 million in quarter. If you look at LP payout, fund valuation in year three, right? But it's better to cap it. Do you agree? You could technically pay it back, but add to year two, you'd hit or exceed, but capping is strategically smarter, reinvesting, maintains liquidity, institutional recommended fixed quarterly starting cap LP, then drop to 30%. Yes, this is what we want. 65% per quarter. Then drop, and let's see a 10-year model with deployment added and capitalization, and stop the model at 1 billion or stop them out at 1 billion. So this is a perpetual growth strategy. You make so much money, assuming that you can literally, as long as you have the strongest entitlement teams who have done these. Yeah. Now, I don't know why fund retained. Profit. The fund value is the 50 million plus this. This would be, we pay out 100 million in year 3, I think. LP payout. That's correct. That's correct. And so what I don't get is why does new lots drop? Yes. Reinvest all profits. That's what we're talking about. And it's a simple model. Always deploy 90% of total retained and raised capital. Let the fund reinvest 65% of the profits and scale accordingly. And it's showing how long it would take to hit $1 billion in valuation. I think 4-star though has a cap at the number of lots they're able to sell. I think it's like 16,000. Let's see here. We have to use a realistic model. Significant investments in land acquisition, our own lot position, 23% compared to a year ago, and our community count has increased. We remain focused on investing in compelling land parcels. First quarter was that we sold this many lots in the first quarter. Although the level of new inventories has increased, the supply of homes at affordable price remains limited. Despite continuing affordability, mortgage rate buydowns have helped to address that, to develop lots primarily for homes at affordable price points. I say, I think we need to show disposition cap at 15,000 lots based on what 4-star has. And show total lots controlled. This also earnings call helps. I don't know if they earn all the earnings call helps. Let's see what it says. I think 4-star, if I said to summarize this, summarize trends from the earnings call. Revenue decline. Why? Gross margins down. Pre-tax profits are down. Land spend. up 50% with 57% acquisitions and 43 for development. 2 billion in total land and development. So they are developing. We're running a leaner model. DR Horton is the main customer. 1 in 3 homes on a Forester lot. 9% of lots went to other builders. Headcount growth. SG&A pressure, development and market trends, land stable costs, cost pressure, cycle times, down 30 days, but still delayed. Now 120 is off the peak. What is the cycle time? Scale and capital. Leverages footprint to scale. Target at 3 for supply. Market share play. Position as a national consolidator in lot development space. 3 to 4 years supply of owned lots. That's 60,000. They want to own more. Is ownership what they want or less ownership? They don't want to own land, but they are very disciplined in how much and how long. Own a 3-year supply. They own 68,000. It ties up capital and creates carrying costs that gets low return on investment. Aim at capital efficiencies by owning what they need, phasing development, and using purchase contracts where appropriate. 4-star adds value. That's great. So this is a leaner model. Let's see what it says. So we have a maximum deployment of 15,000. We can't really overestimate that. We can own land. We can own the land for more. We can just land bank. My strategy would be to land bank. Now look at head counts, other operating figures. Use this and break out to land banking as the strategy and not development. 4-star on their earnings call is showing a slower growth trajectory because they enter phase 2, which is to act as a balance sheet partner or to develop. I believe developing land slows you down, and the growth is to sell more and widen who we entitle to. And you're right, 4-star reveals a strategy is shifting, new strategy. Entitlement only land banking outpacing traditional. Phase 2, more owned lots, typical tying up, lower lot sales, target is 4,000, average lot price 15K. Despite owning 4-star delivering just 2.2%, their average exit price per lot is well above that. Last sold compared to 14,000. Price per lot, I would say price per lot is way higher, like 80K to 105K. And I can paste it again. $15,005. Let's see here. Or does it say that in the call? Net income, probably a transcription error. So they're lot pricing. What? Quick math. Okay, so we should do instead. Okay. Show me the updated model with using this data, but we land bank as a strategy. This is the full model and we have to add staff. I'd say at a rate of 1 person per 10 subdivisions. And the salary is 150K. So we have to show that as we grow, there's going to be higher head counts. We have a lean model first, and then we grow out and start hiring people. And we're land banking until we hit that. Show me our model. It allows you to have a lower head count. So just show the trajectory on the model one more time. I want to see. And cap lot dispositions at 15,000 per year. So we want to see the full model with a land cap similar to theirs, and then we just grow perpetually by land banking. I don't see it. Put it here. We want a better model. We had this one. Oh, here it is. Wow. I was messing it up. Let's add 1 head count for every 10 subdivisions. And cap dispositions at 15,000 lots per year with a ramp up. And then see how many lots we have land banked. But we aren't. How many lots land banked and acres land banked? Add that to the model. Or a secondary portion that shows land holding summary table over a 10-year period. So we want to be the largest private landholder in the United States, right? And I would argue that it goes with the trends that have 3 years supply. So if that would be 45,000 lots. And our book value grows through entitlement. I think that we would be able to have our valuation is driven by our value per lot. show a very depth in picture. Here's a full narrative. Strategic visualizations, our largest live private land bank 10-year growth model. Not only be the largest developer, become the largest private owner control over entitled residential land, operating at the fastest growth, leanest, and most strategic land banking fund in the country. Right, 250,000 lots. This chart confirms it. Within 5 years without vertical development by reinvesting retained profits, key operational flywheel, circular loop, acquire it under 70K entitled with a lean team, exit paper lots, reinvest 65%. Right. It shows the 5-year model efficiency note. You could do this with 60 people and maintain 5% headcount versus output. Your fund narrative, Q1 sales, gross profit, headcount slow due to vertical delivery, inventory turn velocity, owned lots controlled, still facing entitlement. And this shows it selling at paper lots, IRR per dollar deployed, faster scale, lower risk. Forces building out, we're building value, doesn't pave roads, we pave exits. You're designing the first institutional grade private land bank fund at scale. And show just our market land gains in Columbus with what we modeled out, but just in the top 5 counties, or assume a 50% market share. So we add that in here. You show acres acquired per year in the 50 plus by volume and what a 50% market share would look like before having to expand. So if you get 50% market share, you have to expand out. You can't just be focused. You could look at Atlanta as we continue to operate every quarter. We look at where people want to go, where is institutional level interest being driven. And I would also argue that we have a 50,000. We don't want to do what happened to Austin, Texas. Here is the full 10 years. I think the 10-year was on chart 24. Yep, there you go. So we have to look. Reprocess, acreage, and sold date. So we're looking at acres transacted per year and what a 50% market share would look like before we have to expand out. We're already looking at total acres acquired, right? So we have a cap on our, if we went back, right? 3,000 acres a year. You don't need to expand beyond this until you've absorbed 3,500 acres, which is 17 to 30 subdivisions. Can you show this in a very detailed model like we had and see when payback is around year 3? When do we hit the max acreage for deployment? And it's time to expand. It might happen pretty quick. And so we have this. I can do the same thing. We want to have basically de-risk it through diversification. We want to de-risk by de-risk. Atlanta has the economics and institutional level interest, but we are taking advantage of massive gains in our market to accelerate fund growth. So we start in Columbus and then we go next to another market where there's secondary institutional level interest. And we run the same economic models. So land supply exceeds deployment at a 50% market at a 50%. That is insane. Land supply exceeds deployment even with a 50% market cap. You don't even hit a supply ceiling within the first 5 years under a 50% market cap. Here's the breakdown. 50% at 5 units an acre, it's 30,000. Your fund deployment result never exceeds it. Land is not your bottleneck. Wow. Wow. Increased lots. We also don't want what happened in Austin, Texas, which was overbuilding and over banking as well. There may not be a market for it. So let's drop the market share assumption to 40%. Let's see what that does. So now we're thinking really high level. Is there a market for permits? We can't have 13 to 23. Can you? Yes. And there is only about 10K permits filed right now. I think that would grow a lot. New construction permits, single family and apartments, Columbus, Ohio. You don't want over absorption. Peaks. New permit applications, Central Ohio, historical. I think it was number of new houses, Central Ohio, 2024. Here's a little bit of this. Mid-Ohio, 3 million. Substantial rise. Some homes sold, inventory, home prices, days on market, regional spotlight. So we're gonna use this data, but use this data to see where the right cap is in our market, which I would say is a 5-year supply of lots. Permits issued, target fund for 2,800 at current land. Your target, you want a 5-year rolling land bank, 14,000 acres, long-term maximum capacity if you aim to service half the region's housing. If you want to stay within the current ones, cap 9,000, high risk, lot demand. No more than 14,000 acre, target 200 to 2,500, cap annual subdivision counts to 20. Your fund should maintain a 5-year rolling inventory. When you begin to approach this, you should slow new expansion. Ownership dilution, annual lot sales, max ramp, inventory strategy, 5-year supply max. Look at that, it's almost identical. So 4-star has matching examples. I think they have national, but we are going into one of the highest undersupplied markets in the country with the best land economics. Lots controlled year 5, lot sales, revenue per lot. Their lot price is higher. That is a mistake. They make about 195K to 105K. Employees at scale, deployment, entitle and sell, no site work, SG&A, capital model, ownership, duration, market strategy with max 40%. And we can look at what yep, there you go. Cost basis. Yeah, I think what they rely on is the largest dilution of return of any phase in the development pipeline, which is horizontal land infrastructure plan. So if you look at the loss by entering phase 2, that's a crux. Phase drag, where most return. The greatest to return 4-stars bottleneck is developing roads. Return on capital, horizontal, vertical build. Risk is, I wouldn't say that building is risky, but weather, civil, carry costs, low basis, final framing. Okay, show me the final total overview and what percent we hit market share each year at stabilization. So if we start in just one city with the housing needs, we're making up the gaps. We're trying to make up the gaps here, you know? So this is what we want. This is a little bit So something like this, but clean it up with a mistake from 4-star and add this commentary, and that's everything. So I will be delivering market cap, discipline, land banking, ceiling strategy, framing Columbus, Central Ohio, permits issued, zoning assumptions, 18 land needed for actual permits, land needed to meet full demand, 5-year supply, which would be we would own more land than deploy 2,000 acres a year, cap it at 20 subdivisions, which is a 10% market share, leaner, faster, more focused with entitlement. Here we go. Okay, there we go. So that is about as good as it gets. Insert break, page break. And if we had if we okay, let's see here. Mid-Ohio shortage of housing units. Let's see it. This is a separate thread. Does this change anything? And why we are targeting BTR. This would be affordable housing entitlement play. Section 11. Let's see what it says. Ohio has 264,000, only 24 units per one exist, worse than San Francisco. It's entitlement arbitrage, affordable housing math, total ELI rental gap, Columbus per 100, estimated Columbus gap, target density, implied land need, 6,000 to 8,000. Even without expanding statewide, multi-billion-dollar entitlement funds solely on rental eligibility, eligible parcels for VTR and voucher supported units. Market incentives, LIHTC, housing. This makes your land eligible upstream product for LIHTC, public developers, infrastructure exposure, final three says the affordability. There you go. I think for Ohio as a regional, this will be about 50% of the target, or should it be more? So we're looking at regional strategic level. What percent should target affordable housing? 14,000. Your fund type, 3-bed, works well, strategic allocation. Balance 50-50, aggressive. So entitling land options later. Target counties. Franklin, Delaware, summary. So show this section with 50% allocation to builders and 50% to BTR, to rental driven product, still platted though. Affordable housing and BTR strategy layer 50. Builder trend lots, detached or that BTR affordable housing paper platted. All lots remain individually platted for takeouts at institutional level. Market supply gap with 40% unmet. OFA, unit economics, suburbs rent for that higher than SFR. BTR units, lots can be sold to BTR sponsors, speed of absorption. They take a lot more. Regional overlay. There you go. Fund level economics, cash flow certainty for 50%. Your fund isn't selling lots, unlocking housing pipelines across Central Ohio's most underbuilt corridors. And it seems like I can make $1 billion in just one county. And that is, that's the net economic bet. I'll probably do one more focus, which would be, whoops. Where is my? We want to paste this in here. And then the last thing that we want to do is the net project values created. Can you do a number 12 section, which shows the net economic entitlement pipeline we are driving at an average cost of a for sale unit at 400K and at a rental unit detached at 300K. So we want to show the annual project volume, net economic value of entitlement pipeline. Your land fund, it creates housing supply capacity at scale. 5 lots, annual deployment, lots entitled, allocation. So builder units, value, rental units, and value. So we are capping our pipeline at 4 billion. Cumulative impact. And I'd add the development value for JV or co-GP equity here, which just shows total returns. Basically, we want to show project lendability or equity. If you break it out at 65% debt and 25% equity, and profits at 25% of total development value. You can break up the horizontal, break up the total deliveries of those figures. Total debt, equity, returns goes into each piece. Let's see what it says. So as we pitch funds, one of the things we want to highlight is how much opportunity there is by breaking that apart. And it's pretty constant. So it looks like there's a 4-year ramp up. Let's see here. Here we go. Net economic. $1 of equity fund unlike $70 of regional output. That's a great way to put it. Your fund unlocks 38 billion of housing supply, right? And so this is just one solution of that, but it's meant to be the affordability factor that we're focusing on. Let's see here, Let's see. Going back to section 11, does this article help at all? Wire fund. Affordable housing entitlement allocation. Rental driven operators, affordable housing in tandem with for sale. 24 affordable units per 100. This is worse than San Francisco and New York. Columbus needs 58,000. Rural counties like that, also fair. Rural areas is statistically more unaffordable than the most expensive coastal cities when measured by unit availability for low-income renters. So key advantages of targeting rental supply, largest gaps in Ohio. Obtain it Fairfield, Delaware, Allen, Franklin. Structuring development, summary of competitive 4-star. Write up formally for your master. Let's see here. Let's provide a little more context. I like to bring in articles that are finding creative solutions. These are recent articles, tariffs, anything that we can do to help this. Let's see what this is. Remember, affordable housing, does this help too? We started this by saying, does affordable housing development drive economic greatly enhances and supports, here's why. Urgent housing gap. Central Ohio could face 68% rise in homelessness, vacancy rates. Columbus has fewer affordable units, new development, 100,000 homes in 10 years. That's the rezoning goal. The entitlement bottleneck is no longer land economics. It's a matter of social infrastructure. Balanced allocation approach, your strategic alignment, bottom line. Let's see this whole new section finalized as detailed as possible. And let's see if there's any more articles. Here is what we had, but please improve it as detailed as possible. So there can be repetitive information in here, but this is the whole point where every year there's $4 billion that we can deliver. That's just in residential in one city. That's insane. And that the transaction volume is what we're looking at. What's the right transaction volume? We think it's 50 to 100 acres. Tariffs could expensive that. The BIA, the problem can be traced. Here is. It's facing it. Rising home prices, fast rents. Where did it start? It's set. And here's a macroeconomic look. I think this is like a 10-year look. Here, I think this will really strengthen it. Provide commentary on how you will use it, then let's see. This article provides one of the most powerful validations of exact structural imbalance. How we integrate it. This article confirms housing production has lagged despite population surging. Region relied on absorbing vacant units. Now they've run out. That's exactly what we've seen. Well below it, tightest housing market in modern local history. It quantifies, he said, need to build 15,000 homes for the next decade. Models a maximum entitled disposition ramp of 15,000 lots per year. We could supply up to 100% of the market need. Our own cap model shows 40% market share, aligning with risk consolidation, precise zoning opportunity, where it fits in the deck. Make this. Let's see all of these sections finalized. Let's see what I had here. I think I had this. This is the last thing I copy pasted. This is the last thing I copy pasted. So what the land did, what these guys are doing, what 50 acres did was create $1 billion on the largest mega projects ever. And we're doing it in smaller chunks at a more affordable price. Right? Let's see here. Net economic value, rental value, builder value. You see, we're unlocking $1.2 billion worth of value to that development backed valuation and co-GP, capital stack economics, unit costs. Model 10-year value creation is development value and debt units, 110,000 units we would help unlock. $10 billion in sponsor investor profit potential before vertical risk. That is insane. Zoning reform, it's already rewriting it. So because a lot of this is, I just paste a lot of this in here because I feel like an intern or something needs to look at this, and this is like a 5-year, this is all the statistics that drive it backed by real data. And page break. Let's see if there's anything else that we should take a look at. Fewer homes and families. I was gonna say, does this help or not really? So supplemental policy validation, regional housing coalition, Mayor Ginther, critical validation point, it reinforces it. Increased speed and scale of new housing. Columbus cannot be the sole housing provider. Data underscore the widening affordability gap. Needed. Also, density is going to drive that. Home affordability needs to be 90K plus. And your strategic takeaway. Yes, let's add that section. And where and validate how much a person can pay at income levels and why we focus on where the price point cap is and who we work with strategically. Basically, how much can someone afford to rent or buy, and at today's rates and 5% down, which is typical or less, what is that housing unit cost? And our dual strategy can be modified based on market demand. So we're making a new section, and we're also looking at what can someone afford in our market, in our submarket, and where are we delivering these? And what do people want? If everything we do is single family homes, max loan price, here you go. Households earning 50 can realistically afford up to 275. Build to sell should reflect this, with detached around 300. Our target is to compress it with the smallest ranch homes that builders will do. And we know as single family, those sell at 350K. We can deliver them at 300K by cutting out the 8% equity loss on the same housing units with direct to institution pricing. It's more of a supply chain, housing affordability, alignment, and strategic exit positioning. Market, who can really afford it? Rent, home price. Rent, home price. Rent, home price. Meeting that price point. Your solution, ultra efficiency, single family ranch units, detached ranch homes. Value unlock, add Ginther comments and validation. It's absorption. Where is the absorption? And it's in that. And we're entitling the same product, which is single family detached. It's delivered for builders or built. It's not. Yeah, we have one. Regional market need, dual exit strategy, strategic summary. Yes, but where is Ginther validation? Public validation of regional call for scale and a regional call. There you go. If you work, you should be able to live, but Columbus cannot be the whole. The statement made during the launch of that by creating shovel-ready buildable land region-wide, alignment with regional housing suppliers, future business use, rework into same section. And make as long as possible. So one thing to look at when you do this, it's basically a balance sheet paper lot entitlement engine and meant to deliver the most housing for the highest absorption. Where are we short? Right? This is a regional housing code. Why the market needs it, housing first, what people can afford. This shows the sensitivity and the ranges where people want to rent, rental equivalent, right? So our rental product, our strategy is to entitle land and exit and compress this as much as possible, which comes through different flats. And there is a 2-bed, 2-bath, 2-car attached model that is also at 1,000 square feet that sells at 275K. That's more of a condo, but we will make it single family. We are entitling 2 floor plans only for every lot. The goal is to get home ownership through entitlements to be as affordable as renting. Where does that occur? So we want to compress the market. 2 floor plans. No site work. Where does the platted as a detached price like a condo, downsizers young, entry level, and that both are detached individually platted. Where does homeownership reach rental parity? Total mortgage is 1,700. Down payments are minimal. Lot and construction. So you achieve a price rent parity at 275,000, making the Twin Quebec product a revolutionary homeownership affordability bridge. Through entitlement alone, we're allowing the first pathway to detached homeownership that competes with institutional rent pricing on a mass scale. Impact summary. Just add this all in the same section. And you are saying for certain it is exactly at 275K. And I also think that's the lowest I can get it. with a consistent plan. I have to add in these economics, which are where did that occur? Where were in the last 3 years, where was new construction delivered at scale under that price point? It's going to be down to a subdivision in a floor plan, subtype. Let's see here. We're going to do under 1,300 square feet. Under 1,300, there's 140. And I can do sold price under 350. We'll do under 400. Okay, we're already building in these price points. And we're going to go for, we're going to do a 3-year supply. We're going to do 2 years, 730 days. And I'm going to give it the raw data that it likes. I said, and this is a very small part of the market. In the last 2 years, it's 185. Here is all the raw data. You can pull the subdivisions and see that the highest absorbed is actually the 2-bed, I think. But I wouldn't say for condos, I'd say adapting the condo plan for an SFR detached and adding a bedroom, probably. It's in the works. But here is the raw data file. And look at the velocity increase from year over year and where it is occurring. It's probably in zips with low land valuations or by county with low land valuations. You're going to see the same thing. And the one thing that I have to do is I have to do a 45-mile range. That's the one thing, apples to apples. We want 45 here. There you go. And so it's 160. And this is based on 2 floor plans that we're pulling here. It says I'll say 160. And like I say, there may be additional stats by absorption statistics. I think you'll see the Aldridge at 1272 square feet and the other one at, let's see how big this is. It's like Deer Valley right here. It's 1,000 square feet. You got all these Deer Valleys, and the entire development was absorbed. These are some attached products that the square footages are off a little bit. Let's see here. 1,200. They're selling for 315. I don't really like the attached product. It's a very low representation of the market. The majority are detached. These are also pretty good. There's a 1,200 at 270. There was also one at 1,200, yes. I think we should look at scale though and see the market absorption over 2 years and how it has shown. And the absorption time frame, if possible, or price per square foot economics. We know that it will be tough because development costs of land at 24% max pay price per lot, but let's see, that may also be a limitation. But that depends on density and layouts as well. Clearly, it's possible.